Hello folks, very impromptu stream, just working on some art assets today. And really, this kind of stream is more accountability for myself. So, if you're out there and you just want to hang out, then that's great. I'll be watching the chat in Streamlabs, but a lot of it is just I've got a lot of art assets to make for this project, and I don't know what I'm doing, so that might be fun for people to watch. And if I do a stream and sort of tell myself I'm going to do it for at least 2 hours, then I will get way more done than if I just sit here and twiddle my thumbs on my own. So if you're unfamiliar with MVG Jam, it is a jam that started on the 1st of August that I'm running through this channel. And it's a bit of a strange concept, but everyone has a music video and they are making, or a song, sorry, by a musical artist. And they are making a game that is like an interactive music video for that song. So the song that I've chosen, at the risk of triggering some IP thing, is this Mobility Scooter by Tarmac. They are a band local to me. We had sort of international artists submit their music, but I've seen Tarmac live a couple of times, so I thought it would be cool to make a game for their song. It's just a heavy song about a mobility scooter, I guess. And I'm working with a engineer, I guess I would say, who is building most of the mechanics in Unreal, and I'm providing the assets. And then when we've got more assets, I'll be kind of learning how to rig them in Unreal. So, you know, for example, he's made a template for assets that explode and assets that don't, and all of that kind of stuff. And I don't really know how that works in the project yet, so I'll be learning that over the next week or so. But at the moment, what we've got is we've got a template for destructibles like this wheelie bin you can smash, and we've got the basic physics of this vehicle, which is going to be the titular mobility scooter. And yeah, I started playing around with some ramps and stuff in here to see how they work. The jump doesn't feel quite right on that yet, but again, I'm not programming this, so it's something we'll iterate on over the coming weeks. But today I'm just going to be mainly making new stuff in Blockbench, because I've been testing that art workflow, because I know basically nothing about 3D art. I've made this little letterbox over here that came out alright. I made these skips that have the band's logo graffitied on one side. They all have it perfectly graffitied in the same place. But yeah, basically I've been, and this over here is, this building is incredibly low poly, but I mean the real building that's based on does look like that in real life. So let me find it. The Turner Gallery, there it is. It's in my search history, because I was looking at it to model it. Literally just looks like that. I think that's pretty close. But the kind of target art style I'm going for here, because we want lots of stuff, lots of assets made in a month or in 3 weeks. I'm making them reasonably low poly and going for a kind of Katamari Damacy type style, which is like this here. That's a Katamari scene. So this is the mood board we started out with. Here's stuff from the band that kind of shows their visual style, and stuff we can incorporate into the game from there. They use a lot of this lilac and I'd quite like to work out how to make the skybox that colour, but I don't want to fall down another rabbit hole today. And then the gameplay, we're thinking about you driving around delivering things from one place to another, so kind of Crazy Taxi type stuff, but with some complications that come from silly physics and things breaking all the time. And then I've got these types of things to work through. I started with the clutter items, high bite sized. Today I've just got a bunch of art assets to make, so I just thought I'd do them on stream because I will get more done that way. But I started making, we're making this kind of game jam game that's like a music video, interactive music video for this song. And I've started off, because I don't know anything about 3D modeling or Blockbench, I started off with just doing the some simple objects like these waste skips, these bin bags, trash can, post box. And then I started working on some buildings, and I don't really want to make them any more detailed than this because I've got so many, potentially quite a lot of buildings to make. So my next port of call, I think, is to work on some larger buildings that can be reused. So then I've got things at different scales, because at the moment we've got some smaller objects. I haven't done anything really tiny, like individual bits of trash that come out of a trash can when you smash it or anything like that. I've tried to work at a sort of medium-sized object, but I think today I'm going to try and make some more buildings based on... Because this is a gallery in a town nearby, and the band whose music we're making this game around are also from that area, so I want to use some local landmarks, even if it doesn't end up being exactly like geographically accurate. I want to use some of the buildings, so I'm going to be maybe focusing on that a bit more today, and just learning a bit more about Blockbench, which is a cool little tool for, I think it was designed for Minecraft, but you can use it to make OBJs, and you can paint them in the editor, which I quite like. I'm still getting my head around how it works generally. And these objects aren't consistent with each other because I went in not with a very good sense of what the rules were and what I was trying to do. But I kind of like the accidental gradient effect that came on this building from making it too small and then upsizing it. So maybe I'll try and replicate that on this next one. But I've got a couple of buildings I'm going to try and make next, I think. So maybe... for these larger buildings, I should base them on that model and then see where we get from there. I'll just move the camera out of that. And I think the next... is there a way I can put a reference image in here? I don't think there is, because it's so based around Minecraft that there's no reason they would have a reference image option. So Margate Arlington House is the building I want to try and model next, because that's a big landmark. So this is an interesting shaped building because it's like, it's very rectangular, but then it has these little sort of 30-degree, looks like there's 4 of them along the side that stick out. It's like designed almost like waves. There's one there, did it? So each apartment, I think each of these is an apartment. So it has a tilted bit and a straight bit, and then the next one has a tilted bit and a straight bit, tilted bit, a straight bit, tilted bit, and a straight bit. I wonder if I can make a unit of one of these and then copy paste it up however many times. Not sure. Yeah, it's a bit early to be up in Europe, but hey. Strike while the iron is hot, and the iron is usually lukewarm, which is near enough. Okay, so that building was 401. Each of these is like a pixel I can paint on. So I think I'm going to want something a bit more detailed to get the window designs and stuff into the one I'm doing now. So we're probably looking up in the thousands for the scale of this. So I'm just going to add a cube. Again, please don't watch this expecting it to be a tutorial, because I have no idea what I'm doing. This is definitely not... Hi Frederick, this is definitely not a Blockbench tutorial. This is me just working it out as I go along, because I've always avoided making 3D games, and part of that is because the geometry math hurts my brain whenever I think of it. You know, I can only just about do 2D geometry when I'm coding in Game Maker. And the other reason is just that the artwork flow just seems like it just takes a lot longer to get to a point where you've made some stuff and got it moving around yourself. So I've always been a little bit put off from making 3D games. But this project, got someone else doing the programming, and I can use it as a project to just learn a new skill, even if it's just very low poly. Seems like a good place to start. And I quite like that kind of retro PlayStation 1 aesthetic anyway, so I'm quite happy to be working in low poly. Okay, so that's about the right dimensions generally for that building. And then it has this kind of block of shops outside that I can maybe model separately, because these look like kind of car garages that I could make as a separate thing and use in different places. So I won't attach these to the building, I'll make them as their own thing. And then I just need to work out how to do this sort of wavy structure that's on the front, these 4 kind of waves, and then texture the windows on. And I won't really go into any more detail than that for this one. I think that's probably it. So this is 8,000 tall. That's the main thing I need to remember for this. So this will be called building Arlington, because it's called Arlington House. That will be main Arlington tall. So this needs to be 8,000 tall. And I don't know. If it was 4,000 wide before, we need to break them into 500s, because oh, what's going on? I've got it the wrong way round, that's what. The icons on this, the resize icon looks like a move icon to me, and it keeps throwing me off. If I do that and then just rotate that, I need to make it, do I need to make it more dense? Nice. That's sort of the thing I'm looking for. It's not rotating around the point I would expect it to there, but there we go. 1, can I just duplicate that? Okay, it's not quite the right size. It's a bit too wide. That's not bad though. I'm getting there reasonably fast. Okay, set that back to 5,000, because this face is 4,000 across, so if I need to divide it up into 8, then 5,000 is right. It's not going to be exact, but I don't really care if it's going to be exact or not, because we're doing Katamari Damacy style super low poly for this, because that's all I'm capable of doing, and 2, because this is like based on local landmarks. I want to get a degree of, I guess, completeness to how many things I put in. So I want to make sure that I don't skimp on how many assets there are. So I have to, because I'm not going to be capable of doing this to a massively high quality. So might as well just aim for lots of variety. Okay, that looks decent, and I think the building is symmetrical. It's got these windows up the side that I might be able to paint on. And I think the building is symmetrical, so I'll make it as one model, and then in Unreal we'll copy it and sort of mirror it onto its own back. Oh, bite me. I'm not reading the chat, I was just telling everyone to bite me. Should IGC ever come to an end, what approach do you envision? Just disappear with a regular video being your last, or make a dramatic farewell video. Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? I think morally speaking, because this channel is so Patreon driven, I wouldn't just vanish. I would you know, try and be a bit conscientious of that. So sorry, my brain can't brain. Text Arlington. I think it would need announcing, I guess. Have I ever messed around with Unreal Blueprints visual? I haven't. I worked at a job where we were doing Fortnite maps in Unreal, and that was interesting. But I didn't really have to script anything then, because other people did the scripting. Let's try and get the color of this. It's a slightly yellowish grey. But I mean, other game engines that I've learned, I started in visual scripting and then moved to text-based programming later on. The thing about the Unreal blueprints, from what I've seen, is I would get very OCD about constantly tidying them up. It's like guitar cables. I play guitar, and I will happily have worse guitar effects if it means I have to have less cables. Whenever I look at Unreal blueprints, or I just see a big mess of cables that's going to hurt my brain. Not logically, it's the neatness of wanting things to be neat. I'm just going to try and paint some dirt down here. Is that doing anything? Man, where's it gone? Did I just zoom so far out that I can't see it anymore? There it is. Am I inside the model? Is that what's happened? How do I reset my view? That's the problem. There we go. What did I just do? There we go. Okay. This is a very big object for what this tool is meant to be for, but it's fine. Press F to pay respects. I'm still trying to work out what to do for a video when we get to 20k. I don't think this is a high enough enough contrast color really, but it's fine. Yeah, I'll make a course on Brilliant. The thing is, I'm on YouTube because I like performing mainly, and the stuff that I do is like, okay, I've been teaching games for a while, so that's a way that I can do performing on YouTube, and there'll be a reason for people to watch it. So doing that in a pre-recorded format is not as appealing. Right, let's go back to object select and see if I can push these back inside, because they're then sticking out in a weird way. I mean, it's a brutalist building, so it's not gonna, it's always gonna look a bit weird because it's supposed to look weird, but right. And then let's add a texture to these, which can be the same texture on each one. It can be a duplicate, Arlington. I'm going to call them extrusions because I can't think of a better name for them right now. But I need to sort of paint it in these rows of concrete and glass. Maybe I need to model them separately for this to really work, because I've made the texture quite large, which now means that it's very hard for me to just draw stuff on into the texture and for it to not look terrible. So, I mean, everything's in this game is going to look a little bit terrible, but if I do them like that, then I can do a duplicate below that has the concrete texture on. Let's see if that works. Really don't know any of the quirks of this engine yet. Okay, that's interesting. Why do they share? Oh, it's because I get it. It's because I put that on just one face. Okay. So if I do that, that should do it. I mean, Noel, you joke about making a course about how to sell your course, but there's a reason why everyone makes courses, and that is that there are people out there selling courses on how to sell courses. It is a thing that exists. So if you fall down the rabbit hole of like the YouTube stuff that is how to be a YouTuber, there's loads of that out there. I think I've lost the texturing I did before, but it is no great loss. These are supposed to be duplicates of each other though, and I'm not getting very far with it, so I might as well just do that for now. There we go. Yeah. There's a bunch of YouTubers that make content about how to do YouTube, and they're people like Nate Black and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just what it is, isn't it? It's one of the reasons why I try not to focus on like success. I had to do it a little bit at the start of the channel just to get people to click on videos, talk about success and failure in indie games, but It's like I would rather have a sustainable channel based on people enjoying watching me and hearing my perspectives about things than people coming to me. You know, like there's the whole, what do you call it, selling shovels in a gold rush type stuff, and I just don't really see myself as part of that. Possibly because I don't think of making games as a way to make money. I just think if someone's desperate to make money making games, they should just work for someone else, because you'll make a lot of money quicker than you will making your own games in most cases. Yeah, that's right. That is true, Frederick. So one of the guys is Ed. I think it's Ed Cousins. Is like vehemently anti Patreon. He's like, Patreon is business for people whose thing has no other way of making money. And it's like, yeah, that's the whole point. I.e. art. That's how artistic patronage has always worked. It's not something where the thing can just sort of exist as a financial thing on its own. Right, how do I... Why has my camera movement got so stuck around that point? I can't seem to get back to where I was. Just going to Google over here for a minute. Keypad numbers 5. No, that's not doing anything for me. Is it because I had those objects selected? None of the keyboard shortcuts I can see for this online are doing anything. Maybe I'm stuck in some sort of window that I can't see. Blockbench, keyboard, shortcuts. File, preferences, key bindings. Shift and left click is zoom view. What does that mean? So it's quite challenging to get the camera to behave when you're doing larger objects. Advice on creative burnout. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Unfortunately. Do the thing that your sort of basic human animal side needs you to do first, and then worry about being creative and stuff like that afterwards. Usually. You end up, like, when you're looking for tips on like how to do something, I end up doing image searches for cheat sheets now, just so that I can avoid the AI summary that's always wrong. Shift and left click is zoom. There we go. Got it. I think the object that I'm making is so big that it kind of hits a maximum zoom point at some point. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're burnt out from making stuff, then your options are just stop making stuff for a little while. Make something totally different for a little while, which can be helpful because you learn different skills and you kind of get refreshed and stuff like that. Or you know, just try and fundamentally change what you're doing for a little while. There's that saying that what is it? A change is as good as a rest. A change is as good as a rest. F just seems to bring up a list of that's what F does. F just brings that up. I know what I'm going to do, folks. I have an idea here. Because I think what I'm fighting with really is just this does not want to be this big because it's not designed for this. So rather than fighting with the tool, I'll do what the tool wants me to do, which is make this much smaller and start from there. Because the speed of like scrolling in and out on stuff on this is just, if you make a really big object, it's just not happy to do that at all. So maybe that would be a better place to start. Okay. I'm also going to close Unreal while this is running because I think some of my drawing is being slowed down by having Unreal open in the background, as anything would be. Yeah, I don't think sitting. I don't think good ideas come from when you're actually at the technology trying to implement things. I think you need to be doing things like I don't know. I generally find when I'm coming up with the initial idea for something, or when I'm making something already and I'm thinking of ideas for features, walking around and stuff like that is where the ideas come, not actually sitting at the computer. Like sitting at the computer is a different orientation towards the thing. It's doing it. It's not thinking about it. And sometimes you need to think about stuff in a sort of situation where you can't do anything, because that forces you to think like a thinker rather than a doer. And when you're thinking like a doer, you will always think of reasons not to do a particular thing because it's too much work or something like that. And sometimes you need to step back from the implementation of things and just think of what's a good thing to do, what's a good way to do something. Hi, Brainoid. I'm just trying to make some art assets in Blockbench, and it's being incredibly slow to draw anything. I'm just going to see if I've got anything else open that might be slowing things down. It's the calculator, isn't it? It's because I've got the calculator open. It's because I needed to work out if 24 fitted into 172. And I left the calculator open, and it's eaten all of my CPU. That pesky calculator. Okay, so now I've got that. I'm trying to model this building, which is relatively simple. But I'm just struggling a little bit more with the Blockbench interface than I was last time. I managed to make it a concave skip with this. So I don't know why I'm struggling so much now. Okay, edit. We're going to add a cube. Why is the cube starting over there? That's ominous. Yeah, I mean, the reason I was attracted to this is just the fact that you can paint directly into it, really. I'm going to have the same problems either way, because the issue isn't the software. The issue is that I don't know all of the keyboard shortcuts to manipulate anything. You're not watching someone who knows what they're doing. You're watching someone who has had like 3 sessions in the software, which is going to be wobbly regardless of what software it is and how powerful it is and all of that kind of stuff. So like there's loads of keyboard shortcuts that involve like pressing shift and holding something down, and I just don't know which ones do which, so I don't have any muscle memory for any of it. Okay, so this is 1,000 across now, so these need to be 125 across, I think. Where's our rotator gone from there? I think I've moved the pivot point. Okay, I'm just going to start this one from scratch because I've messed up the pivot points and stuff so much that is what is going on with this. That's why it's going so wrong. So I'm just going to discard that. I almost nearly saved over an old model then as well. So okay, so we want to go that way, or 200 that way. It's also, so there was a size direction thing that you can set on. Is that right? Is it? Because it's not enlarging out from the center. Maybe that's a better way to do it. So much easier to move the camera when you're making things in the size it wants you to. So I'm going to put that window in as a part of the model rather than part of the texture. And then if we can just get one set of these bits, then I can copy it and we'll be alright. We'll be on track. But I knew doing these larger buildings was going to be a pain, and it's why I put it off starting it, I think. Right. So those two, and then duplicate them down, and then we've got one apartment. And then one apartment is one of these bits that sticks out and one of these bits that go in, and it's got a row of windows and then a row of concrete. And that's... So these two need to be windows and these two need to be concrete. And then once I've got that, I can just copy and paste the whole thing. I don't think the units are meters. No, they're meant to be pixels. It's software designed for making Minecraft mobs. I don't think they are meters. But everything I've put into Unreal so far has been completely different sizes anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I sort of think that dark, sort of dirty turquoisey color is good for what we're going for here. Maybe a little bit lighter on the front, just so it stands out from when we do the concrete, and then and then we'll go to these, give them both the same texture. And these should have TXT at the beginning because that's what I did in the rest of the project. Can I rename these? Yes. The process of getting them into Unreal is incredibly messy, but hey, this is a jam game. It's not a game. It's just a jam game. And you can definitely mess yourself up by trying to do things correctly when it doesn't matter. And what matters here is that we'll make a doofy little game, and then the band who made the song see it and go, that's a cool it's cool that someone made a doofy little game. And I will get incrementally faster as I just do the damn thing. Right, and then a texture on the main txt Arlington main, and I think this is where we get to scribble a bit and put some dirt on, I think. That's going to be inside the building, so I will paint it black. And let's see if I am able to just scribble some grunge on this, because the style we're going for is super low poly, like Katamari Damacy levels of low poly, but a little bit dirty looking. That's kind of what we're going for. So if I can have a little bit of scunge on the building like that, that's kind of good. That's sort of what we're going for. Now what will happen is when I put that in Unreal, it will do some weird dithering and it will go all smooth. But sometimes you just gotta let the thing do a thing and just see what it comes out with. Bearing in mind this is for like a sort of hardcore punk band, so we've got that working in our favor, is that the sort of aesthetic of the band has a lot of sort of messy noisiness to it anyway, so we want the game to feel that way as well. Messy, visually noisy. There we go, and we've got a bit of grunge on the concrete base as well. Now, I think... I tried to save it and it's like, would you like to save all of these things? Like, no. There we go. Wonderful. Let's see if it does just go all the way up. It's not got any interruptions or anything, so it just would go up all the way like that. And then I'll take that top one off. I shouldn't really have time for jams, but doing them through the channel is a good way for me to force myself to do other projects rather than working on the same game for a year for no good reason. I might load up Dirt World at the end of this though and show you what I've been doing, because I've made quite a lot of progress on my little 2D platformer. It's certainly interesting. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting. But I want to get a few buildings done here today first, so that I've made some progress, and then I'll show you what I've been doing in 2D land, where the 2D buffaloes roam. Yeah, I think game jams operate very well as a break and an opportunity to learn new skills, right? Like, I don't know anything about working in 3D, so we're making a 3D game this time. And I'm just contributing as doing some art badly and then helping to refine some mechanics and do sort of placement of stuff within the level. Okay, I think that one is ready to go in. Export it as an OBJ and into our kart racer. I have an OBJ folder here. It's not going to be the right size for the game at all. I'm going to have to scale it up massively. The texture's going to get stretched and dithered. It's going to do all sorts of weird stuff. But we've got a building, and then I'm going to make another one, and we're going to do like a yellow brick house now. So if I go on, I'm going to go on Google Street View, the classic artist's resource. We're going to go over here. Here we are. So, Margate Seafront. How do I... Oh yeah, it's been so long since I street viewed. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I go up there? How do I just actually go somewhere else? I wanna get a better vantage point. So there's a little light. That white blob down there is the Turner Gallery, which is the one. It's the building that's already in the game, the Turner Gallery there. That little lighthouse I've made, that little clock tower, and the building we just made is that one there. I'm a big fan of this building because it looks like the Flatiron from New York, but like a terrible small version. So I'll probably have to make this at some point. But I really just want to make some generic houses that I can use over and over again. So I think these would be quite good. That have... They're just sort of like different colour houses with a shop at the bottom with some awnings and stuff. So maybe if I made this as a block and then copied it and made variants of it with different colour tops, I think that would be good in terms of mileage. So we've got a relatively kind of... Well, it's like 4 windows arranged in a square at the top, a leaning roof with a chimney, an awning at the bottom that can be deleted on some, and then just copy that out a bunch of times and change the colours. I think that would be a good sort of thing to do for efficiency. And then you've got these more modern ones here that have these sort of... I mean, it's not a facade, it is actually the front of the roof. But that would be a good one to do as well. And then if I alternate between those and those, I feel like that would be quite a lot of variety. So maybe that's my aim for this session, is to just get a few more static buildings done. And then it would also be good to do some scaffolding like this, because the scaffolding will be fun to make destructible, so you can like crash through the poles and the scaffolds smash everywhere and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna go for these buildings next. Hi, if you just joined the chat, I'm making stuff in Blockbench. I don't know what I'm doing. It's to go in an Unreal Game Jam game where we are an old man driving around a mobility scooter and being a menace while trying to deliver things. Generic houses above shops. That is a very strange use of camel case, but I will take it. Okay, so the last one we made was... How big was the last one? Arlington House is 36 blobs tall. We don't even know what they are. Actually, I'm gonna put Arlington House in engine before we make another one, just in case I made it way too small. And I don't mind if the textures stretch, because that's kind of the weird, everything's a bit gunky aesthetic we're going for anyway. So it doesn't matter too much if the textures stretch. But if it just looks so blocky, it kind of depends. When we've got lots of stuff in the game, we might be able to hide it with shaders and stuff like that as well. So what I'm trying to do is not get too bogged down in detail, because I've got lots and lots of these to make. I've got lots of buildings to make. I've got lots of environmental objects to make. It's not a Katamari style game, but it's a Katamari style art style, and it's a real place. And I feel like the more landmarks of this real place I can get into the project, the happier the band will be with it. Oh, that's good. So because I saved my OBJ in the project folder, when I open up Unreal again and I come back in, it just tries to import it automatically because it finds it in the folder structure and says, "Hey, did you mean to put this here?" So one of the things I've been doing is manually putting the textures from my new objects into here, if it will let me. Just so I can keep this folder to just have the objects in, because I don't need to use or manipulate these textures at all, and it seems to not break the references to them if I move them into there. So here's the objects I've made. I've made a skip. I've made a very, very weirdly textured local gallery building, and some plywood that you can fly up, and some bin bags that are very, very blocky and low poly. And Aidan has worked out how to make this destructible using some plugin. So when I know how to parent and child properly with blueprints in here, I will apply that same plugin to these so that you can drive through them and smash them up. So I'm just gonna put the Arlington House building in there, and then oh, look how small it is. It's so small. So how much did I scale up my gallery? The gallery I didn't scale up. That just came in. That can't be right. I must have scaled that up. So if I make that 100 times bigger. So I have some familiarity with this interface from doing Fortnite maps, but not a great deal. Does it need to be 10 times bigger? Maybe. See, it looks pretty awful, but again, we're going for a kind of grungy looking game. That's not how big it is though, because those rows of windows need to be like person size. So let's halve it. Oh, that's cool, Said. That's a good... I think I have that set up actually, because the rotation point for Blockbench isn't the same way round as Unreal, so I have some automatic import stuff going on. It's gone very strange colors from the ambient light, but we're going to be changing that anyway. And if I show you my mood board again, the band that we're making this as an interactive music video for, they do a lot of this where it's like black and white, but black and white with a pastel color. And I want to work that into the game somehow. So we might end up doing a lot of stuff with shaders and coloring later on. So I'm not too fussed if the art on these textures gets all blurred and messed up, because I think we're going to do stuff to change that anyway. All that matters really is making some things that look vaguely like what they're supposed to and getting them in here for later. Okay, and then yeah, I've just mirrored that on itself because the building is the same on both sides. And we've got a video game. One video game. So this is going to be your sort of gangster grandpa on his mobility scooter. I don't know if I'm going to get to a point in a week or so where I feel confident modeling a person, even if they're not animated. We might end up having to go to Cinti for the characters. But I quite like the idea that the old man will be sitting on the mobility scooter, and if you sort of... Maybe if you take enough damage in a short period of time, he just unanchors from it and flies out in a kind of... there was an old Flash game called Happy Wheels that was like that. You had a mobility scooter, a wheelchair, a bicycle with a baby in the back, and the characters would just ragdoll out of the vehicles and go splat everywhere. I think we're going for that kind of energy. But We've also talked about making it really slow, and just that being the kind of comedy of it, is that it is actually a slow mobility scooter. But I will usually lean towards anarchic, it's crazy speedy destruction for something like this. But we'll tweak it and see what's fun. Okay. So I've got a weird power struggle with Blockbench here, because that building, the texture doesn't look great. I think if I'd made it twice the size, then the texture would look a little bit better. But the bigger I make my objects in Blockbench, the more difficult it is to operate the camera and stuff, because it's not designed for making things that big. So, yeah. Maybe after what I don't want to do is start learning one thing, get a little bit of a way, and then give up and try something else. So it may be better for me to just learn Maya and bite the bullet, but I will give it at least a few more days of making stuff in this, so that we've at least got a bank. And I think these bigger objects, if you think of like an old Tony Hawk's game or something, like a PlayStation 1 Tony Hawk game, the buildings wouldn't have looked much better than that if they were in the distance. So that's fine. That's my measuring stick. Would it be okay in a PlayStation 1 game? So I'm going to double the size of this asset that I'm making, so that we get a little bit more room for pixel grunge. Where's that? Here's my reference point. So what I'm going to do, because these are, what do you call it? These are terraced buildings where they're all lined up. But I'll try and do these windows on the side so that we can leave the side open with a door there, but we can also just block that off with the other buildings. So just trying to think about that stuff. And we have a roof that goes back and in. I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to just do a kind of classic cartoon house where it goes up the side, because making it go in at the side is going to kind of harm the reusability of this asset. So we're going to take some liberties with that. And I think if I go into, how do I do this? Maybe it's a knife tool job, actually. So I'm only just starting to learn what this can do in terms of how it does its 3D stuff. But we've got a, thought I could, that's just arbitrarily, I think I can cut along, so that's the roof now. It's not showing me what I've got. Why is that a separate cube? Have I got two of the same thing stacked on top of each other? Okay. It's that classic thing of when you've got a new tool and you don't know where all the options are. Because I know that there's a thing that lets me select the points and then move the points in the corners, which is what I need to do. But I don't know where that is. Which is just a classic, do I need to reset the toolbox? Always used to happen in GIMP and Photoshop as well. It's just like, I know there's a tool for this. Don't know where it is. Swap tools, space. That's a good keyboard shortcut. More software should have that. You press space to kind of switch between the last two tools you used. Yeah, I don't think it's just because I'm streaming. Because basically, when I was making that tower block and I was trying to move the camera around, it wasn't just that it was lagging. It was like the amount you can even move the camera at all just wasn't there. Well done for taking part in your first game jam. It is really the best way to get started. Gives you it just gives you a good sense of how long a simple feature takes, and then that helps you to scope your future projects. Where nothing in this is where I expect it to be. Okay, so basically there is a cube and there is a mesh in Blockbench, and when something is a cube, it only has vertices where you would expect them, and that means that it doesn't show you the other tools that I would need. Still not showing them though. Okay, let me try that again. Add a mesh, cuboid. Here we go. Now we have selection mode, so I can select vertexes there and then I can move them around. I should be able to move them around. Because I've got resize selected. The resize and move icons really don't look like what they mean. Right, so got it now. Right, duplicate the cuboid and make a cuboid into the roof. There we get in it. I think it was, I don't know if you're still there, Marnix, but I remember hearing you talk recently to another developer and just talking about how you get the sort of IQ debuff when you're on a stream, and I'm totally feeling that now. It's like I was using this yesterday or the day before. I was making stuff pretty rapidly, and then all of my muscle memory and sort of information about how this tool works has completely gone out of the window since then. There we go. And house. What are we going to do when we're in Margate? Let's go to Anne House. Right. So I don't care that this isn't totally the same up here. Although I could probably, after I've made a block of them, I could put that slant there if I wanted to. I want to put the chimney on, over to one side. I want to put the awning on at the bottom. So we've got the kind of illusion of there being a shop down there. Maybe bay windows for the shop as well. I don't know. I think the best thing to do would be to make a couple of different elements, and then when I copy these out into a row of shops, I can change some of the elements each time. This is going to hopefully be quite a reusable thing. Oh, that's because I'm on. It lets me go on vertice with resize, even though vertices can't be resized. It's really annoying. Okay, that's kind of, that's loosely giving the idea of the thing we want. I'll make the awning can be reasonably exaggerated. We're going very, very cartoony with this, but it should be about a third of the way up the building, because we've got 4 windows above it. And I think I'm just going to make the buildings into, the windows can be little sticky outy cubes. I'm quite fine with doing that because it worked in the last one. So we're doing tall windows, and they're basically in a 4. And this one we've got, how does this work? We've got 2 sets of awnings. Okay, I want to make this more narrow for now. So I'm just making the 4 windows like the one apartment. General size of this is so difficult to work with. It's very similar to doing pixel art. I don't like voxel art, but I like low poly at this kind of level, because it does make you think like a pixel artist. You've got to really think of like what each shape suggests, because it's so small. The reason I don't like voxel art is it just doesn't make sense in 3D games to me. Like the whole point of pixel art is you look at it from a distance and it's kind of evocative and your imagination fills in the gaps. Whereas a lot of 3D games, it's much more based on like you can move the camera around and you can see things up close and stuff, and that just doesn't work for me with voxel art, because it's like, you can say, oh, it's just pixel art but 3D, but it's like doesn't perform the same function as pixel art unless you have a fixed camera that's very zoomed out, and then fine, it kind of works the same way, sort of in terms of perception, I guess, of the thing. There we go, and then turn this one into a door, I think. Disable recompute normals in the UE import window. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna, have I got Unreal closed? Yeah, I'm gonna, when I save this, I'll open up Unreal again, and it will put a door in the front there, and then a big window, because it's supposed to look like a shop or a restaurant. Yeah, it will automatically try and import it because I'm saving them into the project folder. So when we get to that stage, remind me and I'll try and make sure I do that. Actually, I think if we want to give this a little bit more fidelity, maybe if I go in here with the knife tool and cut out this door frame, does that work? And then I can, that looks nice, and then I can just paint the door in underneath on the texture. So if group those together. So far, so Katamari. That's what we want. Like, even if I eventually got to a point where I could use a 3D engine and I wanted to make a 3D game on my own, I think I would still be leaning towards very, very low poly stuff. Because I'm generally more interested in gameplay interactions than like simulating something and making it look real, you know? Did I go to... I don't think I could go this time, because you did mention that one, actually. I think I can't remember if we spoke about it, but yeah, it's very hard for me to schedule stuff like that with like childcare and everything. Like, if my kids are at mine and something is on, then I just basically can't go to it. So there's that, and yeah, to be totally honest, I'm just not very good at planning ahead with anything at the moment. Well, the channel just about works because anything I need to plan ahead, I go on and at the start of the month I put some streams on that say what I'm going to be doing on particular days. But if I haven't done that, then the future just doesn't exist to me. But yeah, maybe next year. I don't know. I think I would go to develop when I've got... I would go as a developer, maybe. I guess is what I would say. Because I know you can sort of go as a YouTuber and you get in as a kind of journalist type thing. And I would like to do that at some point, but I don't feel like I would have enough reason just to go for the channel. Because the amount of learning involved in like being able to interview people like, you know, like Marnix does, it just feels quite a lot. I mean, I think I've got the stuff from a, you know, technical angle. I've got the kit to be able to do that. I've got some lapel mics and stuff. So yeah, maybe one day, maybe next year. Cylinder, please. Oh no. We must stop this rampant industrialization. The sides of these chimneys. Are they double chimneys? Do we need a... Yeah, they've got like little sets of chimney pots from the old... These are old Victorian buildings where there's a fireplace in every room and they have all of these chimney pots. So I think what I might do is, let's go back into vertex selection. Let's lean this over that way a little bit because it shouldn't be too symmetrical anyway for an old building like this. So let's make it a bit more higgledy-piggledy. And then I can fit 2 chimneys on. It's Z-fighting a little bit, but this is such small detail up high that I don't really care. There we go. I've used Blockbench a couple of times in the last few days. But yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. But I'm enjoying it. I am very much enjoying using it. And I'm also just generally an advocate for trying out different tools. You know, if someone is like, you should use X because it's industry standard, that's not a good enough reason for me. You know, because I'm never going to get a job. I'm not going to retrain at 38 to be a 3D specialist. That's just not happening. So what all that matters to me is the thing intuitive and fun to use, and do I get a result out of it that I like. So the kind of this thing is what they use in proper places type argument is not gonna work with me. Look at that. And then I think, just once I've textured this, making a couple of different color variations of the whole thing is going to go a long way in terms of having some reusable assets for this jam game. So this one, down here we start taking away some of the shop stuff. Kind of cute. One, two. So there's two with the awnings there. I mean, I don't need to copy this bit exactly. I'm just using it as a reference for something I'm gonna. But we got two with the beige top and the awnings, and then four with these different colors. So I'm gonna copy that for now. And how do those colors work? The bottom of the building is a different color because there's a. They don't have an awning, but they do have a sort of larger shop front window. So I think maybe I'll go into these and replace. I'll resize these to be less of a house window and more of a shop window. Don't mind if they're all slightly different from each other, that's fine. In fact, it might even be better. Clothes shops have long windows. Okay, if they're different. And then this one, just to vary it up a little bit, I'll just duplicate that one and have two smaller windows on the end. Nice. Okay, so now I want to go through and try and select faces that are going to have the same texture. Like someone just said in the chat, it is very intuitive because some of the stuff I'm doing is like the first time I'm trying to do it and it just works the way I would expect it to, which is good. So all of these are going to have like a darker tile texture on them. So I'm going to select all of those and then create texture, and hopefully it's going to create a texture and apply it to the roofs. And I need to give these unique names because these texture files do get imported into Unreal, and if they're just called texture, they will overwrite whatever's already called texture. So I do need to name them properly. I learned that the hard way yesterday. Let's take a look at the color of these tiles. It is pretty much a brown, and then the chimney pots are terracotta. But I quite like that this seems to be painted down one side, this is red brick down one side. So when I come to do the chimney stacks, I might give them alternating patterns so they're not all the same. I think that's probably a good idea. Okay, so they now all have the tiles. So if I paint something on one of these, it will duplicate to all of them, which is a blessing or a curse, depending on how you see that kind of thing. And then these objects, no, I don't want to select that. I want to select, okay, I can't do that the way I want to do it, I don't think. So I will select one of these and give it texture, and then I'll just have to drag it onto the others. Generic houses, chimney pot. And we just start off with a solid color. I can go in and draw onto these afterwards, which I will be doing. And hopefully it's just going to let me drop these onto these. Does that work? Right, why is it putting it on a face rather than a... There we go. If I drop it onto it down there, that's strange. Why are you misbehaving, Cylinder? I mean, it's easier for me to just not spend too long trying to work out why that's happening and just move on. For some reason, when I texture it, it does that. So maybe what I need to do is go into paint mode and do something to... But that's not different from the other one, so why is it behaving differently? I don't know. But also, because we don't really care if this is gungy and messy, I can just fix it here, whatever. It's roughly the same color. It just wants me to paint them manually. It's being evil. That surface doesn't have a texture. Okay, so if I don't want to make another texture because I don't want to keep adding extra texture files when I don't need to. So how do I just make sure that one did it? That one did it fine. Very strange. But you know, sometimes you don't, when you're working fast, you don't always have a reason to find out why something is working or not working in a particular way. It's just like, oh, it's working now. Push ahead. A project like this, I don't have a desire to know how everything I'm doing works because I just need to get on with it. A project like the Game Maker project that I might show for a bit at the end of the stream is much more like I'm going to be working on that for months or years, so I need to know how that works properly. Texture, generic houses, chimney base. Oh, chimney riser, because the bit underneath it is a base. And this will be okay. And then the bases, I'm going to do a couple of variations because I was just thinking about how they looked in real life and how just changing the color of this side seems to do quite a lot in terms of just making them have a little bit of variety but not too much. So texture, generic houses, chimney base. We start with a solid color. I don't want it to be exactly the same as the color next to it, otherwise we won't be able to differentiate them, so I just change that a little bit. And then select this face and paint on it. And this will be a sort of beige color like these houses. And that means now I can... So that needs to be renamed actually, because we're going to have several of these. Beige. And then I can go along to some of the other objects and copy that, but not do it the same on all of them. It just doesn't copy properly. Don't know why it's doing that. It's fine. I mean, it does give me the opportunity to do some scrunchy gungy painting, so that's all right by me. Why are you being like that? Is there a way I can set it to only paint on the selected object? Is it to do with which face I click on when I try to load the texture? Very strange. I think the easiest way to solve this problem really is going to be to copy the whole object into the other object, but it's a little bit tedious. Just check that that's parented properly. There we go. That's not too bad. Okay, and then I'll do an alternating color on these where it just has like dark brick color on the top. And that will just give them some variety. I don't know if that was worth it, but hey. And I'll make this closer to the sort of terracotta color of the pots. Just so we've got a little bit of variety there. And copy that. Into there. And into that one as well. The different surfaces share part of the UV map. That does make sense, I just don't know what to do about it. Okay, so okay, I think the apply to all faces thing might be helpful for what you're talking about. Okay, so texture generic. Actually, I'll make the window texture on one of these big windows, and that gives us a little bit more space to doodle on it. And then see what happens when we apply it to the other ones. You know, window glass from Windows. We'll go with that sort of turquoisey color that I did for the other building. Okay, so that maximized the UV, did that. So that means that if I now go on to... Oh. How do I get back to where I was? Whoa. So what I want is to just be able to copy that over there and for it to still work. And I'm not sure how to do that. Because if I go into paint mode, I can't paint onto the UV. I can only paint onto the model, which edits the UV. So if I try and copy that, it doesn't do it. But then if I... Got to be a quicker way. Because otherwise I'm going to have to pull all the windows out and paint them and then put them back in like I'm building a doll's house, which feels a little bit clunky, to say the least. I'm going to do a quick Google though. Blockbench. Drop texture onto another object. Because when I've got the texture open, it says that we've got something on every direction, so I'm not sure why it doesn't just transfer the way you'd expect it to. If I try and apply the texture over here, it behaves like the whole object has been rotated. So what happens if I move this out and just make sure it's painted on both sides? I mean, it should be painted all over, because when I made a texture for it, I started with the maybe I'll make a new texture and see what happens. Box UV, is that what I need? Do I need box UV so that it doesn't leave anything? Turn all of these on, just see where we get to from there. Okay, I'm going to delete that texture and then try again and just see if it's a matter of the initial setup of the texture that can fix this. So that's got box UV. So if I apply that to other places, it still doesn't kind of carry across the way you'd expect it to. Ah, okay, I get it. I see how it works now. I get it. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay, so I've got it now. We can do some stuff. Yeah, I've got it now. It's that little window on each object. You need to move that little window over the bit that you want to be represented on that side of the object. So I thought there was a mode where I could paint onto here, and I can't get back to it. I did have it open before. Okay, let me try setting that. No, that I think that's okay as a setup, because basically I go here and then I apply that to there, and then I have to just go, okay, the east is that bit, the south is, that's interesting. So when I'm on this object, it doesn't have directional UVs, but when I go here, they directional, which must be a product of dropping it onto the thing. Sorry, Bricks, I'm just going to look at your questions in the chat now. Bricks is saying, how early should I submit my game for feedback? Well, you should try and get playtester feedback on your game as early as possible from someone. Then there's the matter of whether it would get picked to go on a YouTube channel, because, like, is there anything there to look at, right? So from a professional standpoint, I think you should be getting feedback on games as early as possible, as soon as you've got something playable. But then in terms of like Indie Game Clinic, it's like I still have to find something where someone watching the screen at home can see what's going on, right? So sometimes like a grey box prototype can be okay if there's a level and there's stuff we go around and do in a level. But certain types of very, very basic mechanical prototype, you just need to playtest with someone at home somehow, because they just don't make for a very good observer thing on the internet. So there's just an issue really of what I do and the platforms I do it on clashing a little bit with what is best practice for game designers. And you need to get some sort of feedback very early on, but you also need to be conscientious of the fact that when I show stuff on my channel, it needs to entertain people, and if it's totally sparse, doesn't have any art or theme to it, then it's very hard to justify that. So I tend to want to see things when they've got some sort of art or theme attached, and it just makes it easier to judge the idea of the game as a whole then. And because we can look at the game mechanics and we can look at the theming you've put in or the art you've put in and see if it all starts to match up. That's not necessarily how I would encourage you to work if you were in a studio scenario, because you need to show things to people as early as possible. But it's just an issue of YouTube, and just kind of showing grey box things can be very hard to kind of communicate a lot of the time. And when I'm picking out games for streams, I do it the month ahead, and I look at all of the games that have been submitted over the past few months that haven't been played, and I group them together by some sort of theme. And if you were like, oh, I've made a mechanical prototype where you click on triangles and squares, it's very hard for me to work out how to position that as something that other people would watch, So there's a clash between doing good game design and doing what works on YouTube a little bit. Hey Ferdinand, I am trying to work out how Blockbench works. And every time I feel like I've got somewhere with it, I end up getting dragged a little bit backwards. It just doesn't seem to be an easy way of copying textures. Maybe I need to copy the face. So if I go on here, copy that face, and then I try and paste here. Paste the UV face. It still doesn't work. Yeah, it's just an art program. it has some Minecraft specific tools in that you can just ignore if you're just using it to make art, I guess. Okay. I mean, this isn't the most efficient. I'm sure there is a better way of doing this, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. I've got Reddit open, not finding it. But also, to be fair, once I've got one window within each object group, then I can copy that within, and that'll be all right. What I don't want to do is have to, because I've made the house as an object group. I don't want to have to keep copying things in and out of different object groups, because that's just a generally painful thing to have to do, regardless of what software you're doing it in or why. Maybe, can I deselect that? Just want some blank beige. Give me some dirty beige looking. That's about right. I wonder if I can put this around the edge of that, even though it, you know, a window frame doesn't sit around the edge of the glass, but just as a little visual trick for when you're driving past these very fast, I think doing that might make it a little bit better. Just a bit more color variation on the overall thing. If we do that. Okay, so that's a very different scenario. So one of the... It's very, very hard to sort of... I think the release flow for a game basically shouldn't include a Steam page until you have a proof of concept that other people are excited about, right? I think Steam is a commercial storefront, and none of this, I would say none of this is advice, right? A lot of this for me is kind of ethical. So I personally think you shouldn't use Storm. You shouldn't use you shouldn't use Steam to gauge the initial the initial appeal of your game, or whether your game is a good idea of like a thing to work on for a long time. I think if you've made that decision and you've put something on a commercial storefront, it should be an idea that's already validated with some feedback from people. So the type of situations where you've set up a Steam page, they should begin with something like, oh, I go to a meetup, you know, or I'm in an online community and we do playtesting all the time, and people got excited about this game idea, so I started pursuing it as a serious project. And then you create a Steam page. If you're kind of making a game in isolation and you have no evidence that anyone else is excited by it, I don't think it should have a Steam page. So one of the things that happens pretty regularly on my channel when I stream other people's games and give them feedback is the Steam status of that game dramatically changes how I look at it and how I perceive it. And that is partly a kind of, like I said, professional ethics type thing, but it's also me trying to look at it as a gamer would. Because if you put a gameplay prototype on itch and you put it up with you put it up for free, you put it up with the messaging, here's my game, trying to work out what other people think of it, then that is just fundamentally a different thing you're communicating through that act than putting something on a commercial platform and asking people to wishlist it. And some of my more kind of, not even critical, because critical is good, but some of my more I would say scathing videos in the past couple of months have been about games where people have put something on Steam and started asking people for wish lists that I just don't think is at that stage in development yet. And so, like I say, that's an ethical thing. It's to do with how gamers are going to respond to something. It's about being realistic about the quality of something. But I generally feel there is a big difference between putting something online because you want feedback and putting something online as the sort of start of a campaign. And yeah, I don't like to see games that feel like early stage prototypes that have Steam pages and aren't set up as like gameplay prototypes. They're set up as a commercial project that's just sort of starting to try and get wish lists and stuff. I feel like people skip a huge stage of validation, which is just like checking out if the idea is appealing to anyone, checking out if the idea has any legs, and I just find that personally very, very irritating. So nothing I'm saying there is advice per se. It is just a perspective. Why is that not letting me draw there? Why are you not letting me draw? Are you going to make me have to make a... Oh, there we go. Yeah. No, that's... Well, I mean, that's a very good situation to be in. That's exactly what game jams should... You know, if someone's very serious about making games, and they think, oh, I won't do game jams because that's a waste of time, I think it's not at all, because I know people that are working on games now where they started as jam games and it was a game that they personally just didn't think was that amazing, and then it just got a really good response. So that is a form of validation, right? So if you think of what research and development looks like in a commercial company, you do lots of projects and then you see which ones work and then you decide to move forward with those projects. You don't just sort of arbitrarily decide to do a thing that you think is a good idea and go forward with it. So it sounds like you're in a good position then. And yeah. But I would say generally, if you submit a game to the channel and it's on Steam, the sort of things I'd be looking for will be slightly different, because I won't be judging it as like an early prototype and thinking, oh, is this a good idea? I will be starting to judge the implementation of the idea, and I will be looking for things like does the basic kind of UX of this game make sense? So we tend to get a lot into UX, we tend to get a lot into onboarding, and does the game make sense to play? Because I do think when people play a demo on Steam, they do expect it to be a demo in the old school sense of the word, by which I mean like it is the final quality of the game, or it's something very close to the final quality of the game, and you're just getting like a level of that. And that's not to say that you're not going to change it and you're not going to iterate on it and make certain things better. But, you know, if you put something up and it's in a very, very ropey state, then people will just think, well, this is the best this developer can do, and it's not good enough for me, so I will not follow this project. So you have to be very careful with that. I know there's lots of advice to put things up as early as possible, and maybe that is good advice in some cases, but I think generally that is good advice if you sort of already know you've got something good and you've verified it. Talking about this on a stream the other day, I think a big problem with the game dev space on YouTube is everyone is at different stages of what they're doing, their kind of career, if you want to call it that, and stuff. And things just do not apply universally in a way that you can turn them into neat sound bites where one piece of advice will work for everyone. So you get a piece of advice that would work very, very well for like someone who's been making games for a long time. Like, for example, the advice to do marketing-driven design, where you check whether people like the game idea by presenting them with like mock-ups and concept art and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, if you know you can deliver on that. If you're just sort of lying about an imaginary game and you don't actually know that you can implement that thing because you don't have the technical skills yet to do that, that's a problem, right? And there are some successful games that have done that, but it's one of those things where someone puts out the advice to you know, do marketing-led design, do this type of, and it's like, well, who is that advice for? Who is it appropriate for? Who is it not appropriate for? We need a bit more nuance with those types of things. One of the reasons why I don't really ever want to do courses is that something like design is incredibly contextual, of like, okay, well, you can come up with an idea, but what can you implement? And then whether your idea is a good idea is going to come down to whether you can implement it or who's in your team and all of that kind of stuff. That is just like, can you learn that at a distance from a video? I don't think you really can. Yeah. The prune boost. Grandpa needs the prune boost. Excellent. I like the idea of the prune boost. What color was the awning in the real? The awning is like a grey color there. So I'll make it grey for now. And then, like I said, I'm going to make some duplicates of this and try and retexture them. I'm probably going to have to do copy pasta on these windows because I can't see a quicker way of doing it. Unfortunately. At least now I don't have to manually texture them from 5 sides. So I know that there is going to be a better workflow for some of the stuff I'm doing. Some of it will be use a different program, but okay, and then we're going to go, I'm going to copy these color for color. So we go green, purple, blue, pink, I guess. The green is almost the color that it already is, sort of a pastel-y apple green. Does that actually transfer? And then we need to paint the door on. Green, purple, blue, pink. Yeah, there is a rigging thing in here. But it's all based around Minecraft animations and stuff. So yeah, basically, if you wanted to make something based on Minecraft characters, probably great. Probably not so great for trying to do anything else with different rigging or anything. So, but sort of a salmony pink on the end, I guess. There we go. So far, so Katamari. I will dirty these up a little bit. I haven't done any kind of smudge painting on anything yet, but it will have some of that. And we appear to be missing a window. And that is because I think this was the one that had a little window on it. There we go. Just for a bit of variety. And we need these done as well, which I will probably have to texture and then copy again, so I might as well preemptively delete these ones. Or do they just look better? No, I will put the door frames back on, I think. Yeah, doing hidden information in a paper prototype is hard. I mean, doing hidden information in a full-blown board game is quite hard because you have to decide whether you're going to make people write stuff down or whatever. So there isn't really an easy win there. So click into the object group, copy paste, drag it across. Getting faster at that. It's still not the way I would rather be doing it, but .3D art, aka doing repetitive, annoying stuff over and over again. Okay. Right. They are nearly ready for a bit more texture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put texture on the roof, and then I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to not do the colored ones until I've made my duplicates, because if I start retexturing them before I've done that, then it's going to cause me problems later on. So I want a darker brown. Want a round brush for doing my scunge. Why is it 3? Oh, it's because of the way that these. Okay, so I can't have scunge on the roof. I'll just do that instead. That's fine, whatever. That doesn't have a texture on it. That seems bad. Let's put an awning texture behind it. I'll probably end up doubling these up anyway, because they're not going to be positioned where they actually are in the game world. They're going to be, you know, used repetitively as you would in a racing game or something like that. Okay. Generic houses version 1. Okay, so if I go into the pastel green texture and just put some dirt on, just want these all to look a little bit grubby and not perfect. I would have liked to put some yellow lichen on the roofs as well, but I can't paint the roofs without retexturing them, and I can't really be bothered to do that right now. It looks alright for the purposes of this game. So poopy mud on everything, and I think they're alright. I'm gonna load them in and see what they look like, and then I'll make some variations with different textures. The version of the game that would, yeah. Micro and macro structure of the game. It depends what you're testing for as well. In terms of submitting it here, I mean, one of the things that can happen sometimes is people spend too long on the macro and the micro doesn't feel good. And some of that's a genre thing. But if you've made a genre that is about moving a character and exploring an environment, and then you've spent loads of time on skill trees or something like that, and the first bit doesn't feel good, then it will make you think, well, you know, who's going to care about this skill tree? Okay. Let's get the Unreal project open and see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I can't fully make that judgment for you, really. I think if you think it's at the point where... If you think it's at a point where you're kind of reasonably happy with what's there... I think the worst type of thing to submit is where, like... It's better to submit a game that has 4 parts that are closer to how you actually imagine them being in the final game than to submit a game that has 12 parts and all of the parts need work and none of them fit together properly, you know? See what happens here. We had so many different textures on there. Ah! I mean, the kind of UX of how importing stuff works on Unreal seems to be very, very fast. But how it handles the content drawer is very, very unintuitive and ugly. So let's scale these up 50 first and see where that takes us. I mean, that doesn't look far off what we want. I mean, the skip, maybe they need to be twice the size. Skip shouldn't be the size of a house. but we're going just very loosey, vibey for this to start off with. Funny if you got a power up that just suddenly made the houses destructible with your little wagon. Oh yeah, cool. Forgot about that. Look at how pokey out those windows are. That's very funny. Does make me wonder whether I should redo the windows as frames like I've done with the door, because the poking out windows, I wasn't expecting them to cast such a big shadow. But I think it's probably a case of leave it for now and come back to it later if there's time. I think a lot of these things are going to be like that, to be honest. Is there a way, if I group everything together, can I upscale it in a way that... No. There is not an easy way to upscale stuff. There's inflate. That doesn't help. That's so funny. There might be a way to make these windows like half a point scaled so that they... yeah, if you shift click, it resizes things by a float rather than an integer. That's helpful. So if I select all of these and then I shift resize, I can push them right back in like that. That's going to solve that problem. Oh, I love it when you work it out quicker than you thought you were going to. I have to get builds ready of things this week. I've got a local meetup on Wednesday, so I started a local group for game devs, and it was partly as a nothing to do with the channel really. I set up an Instagram account for it. I was already in like a local WhatsApp chat for like people that work in digital generally, which is like mostly marketers and stuff that I was in. And trying to have talks about games in those spaces is difficult because people either know what you're talking about or they don't. And or people sort of are into games, but they're sort of only really into AAA games, so they're very excited that you work in games and they want to talk to you about games, but they just want to talk to you about like Star Wars Battlefront or something. So yeah, made a separate group with some of those people. And we had a little meetup that had about 5 people at it last month, and it's coming up again on this Wednesday. So I'll be taking this game on my laptop, which won't even really be a game yet. It will just be a movement prototype. But it's local interest, you know. It's set locally. There's some local buildings. People just like seeing them and going, haha, look, it's the gallery, and then crashing into it. So that's fine. And then I'll take my platformer. I'll do some more work on that before Wednesday. I'll take that with me. You know what would really fit the vibe of this game? If I just go through some of these and I just... Can I just wonk these up a little bit? Will it? Make them not quite right. Make them a little bit off. So yeah, a lot of what I'm doing this week will be getting ready for Wednesday. It's not really high pressure, but it's just a good way to give yourself a deadline as well. To have some sort of commitment to take a game to a thing, whatever that thing is. And if there's not a thing, you have to make the thing. And so often I talk about like community and stuff on the channel, and people are like, no one else in my country makes games, which is nearly always a fabrication and not true. But sometimes you just need to be the person that starts the thing. If the thing doesn't exist and you know it would be beneficial for it to exist, you just have to bite the bullet and make the thing exist, you know. Now part of me is wondering whether I should just make everything a little bit wonky. But I think that would be a real, more of a polished full game type thing to do than... I'll save a version 2 and then mess around with the colours of these things. And then this one, we're going to have... So I need to actually change the names of any of these things that I change, because otherwise it's going to mess up when I import it. So that's awning 2, and it will have a dark blue awning. If I can get it to let me draw on that. Do I have to literally... There's got to be a better way to do this. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Pop it back on. I'll leave the beige textures the same. Can I... Oh, that doesn't copy very... That doesn't play nice when I try and copy it. Okay, so this one... I'm going to rename these. So that will be pastel 5. That'll be pastel 6. Pastel 7. Pastel 8. And then hopefully that means if I make 2 versions of this, they're not going to overwrite each other. Oh, I got two of that. It's living inside itself. Okay, so we'll do a yellow one this time, I think. Sort of a... square. Again, happy for it to look a bit dirty and grubby because that's the general vibe we're going for. We are building for a game jam game. It is a interactive music video for a band that are local to me. So I'm building lots of... I'm in Google Street View. I've been building these. I'm looking forward to making these lamps, actually. We've got these Victorian lamps that have a fish at the bottom. But yeah, this is stuff from the town of Margate. And I'm trying to follow a mixture of like making stuff that people will recognize, because that will make the band happy if it has that quality to it, but also making the things sort of generic enough that I can easily reuse them around the map. So if you think of the approach for like old Tony Hawk's maps and stuff, where it would be loosely modeled on a real place, but nothing was in the right place kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm going for here. And yeah, someone else that I'm working with is doing the programming for this project, and I will be, I guess, doing a lot of the level construction out of the assets. And one of the things I've already really enjoyed about making something silly and small in Unreal is that, I don't know why I'm coloring these sides, so we're not going to see them, is that you just, everything's set up when all the collisions and everything are set up. So if you make a physics-based game in Unreal, it's just all, there's so much stuff that's just ready as soon as you import an object, and I'm appreciating that. I've never really, I generally haven't made much 3D stuff, whether art-wise or game-wise, historically, and you know, and some of that just comes from knowing that I can make a game quicker in 2D, and some of it is also that if it's going to be quicker for me to make a game in 2D, then I really have to have a game idea that has to be in 3D before I want to do 3D, you know. So I'm using this project just to learn some really, really basic stuff that I can use again if I want to do another 3D project in the next year or so. So I'm doing this very grungy, sloppy, low poly with painting on top. I think this looks better than the last set of houses though, but that's because I painted one color on top of another color, so it looks a bit, if you want to make something look painterly, you give things a base coat of a color that doesn't belong. You know, like if I put a red underneath something and then I put a blue over the top, you end up with something that looks a lot more like a traditional painting. And then we'll put that back in, and I'll save this as a alternate version of the buildings, and then we'll see if they load in properly. I think maybe this should be red and white striped, but I'll leave it like that for now. Got so many of these things to potentially make. I'm just trying to get through as many as possible as I can. Oh yeah, crocodile looks lovely as well. So I'm just a big fan of a tool with limitations, where you can like learn the limitations of it very quickly. Like I've got so much music making software that I've accumulated over the years, like different instruments and stuff, that I just, it harms the process when it's like I've got all this stuff, I know how to use it, but every time I sit down there's so many options. I just want a simple thing. Right, okay, so I think we've had textures overwriting, unless I've just imported the wrong one. No, generic version 2. Something, yeah, it's not saved as a different set of things. So let me go back in here and see what's happening there. So these textures have different names, so I would think they would save okay. But maybe it's not the saving, maybe it's the importing to Unreal that's doing something weird there. But if not, then all I've achieved is I've learned something about the workflow and what works and what doesn't, so it's not the end of the world. But I'm going to take a breather from this in a minute, and I'm going to show you where I'm up to with my platformer. Because, I mean, this isn't the worst process in the world. It's quite fun, but I can only do it for a certain amount of time, especially while talking. Okay. I mean, that was a good asset to make. Thinking of it as like a project resource, that was quite a good thing to make, because we've now got a wall, and I didn't have a wall before. I mean, we could use the Turner Gallery as a wall, but that's a landmark, and I only want that to exist once. So, although this is based on a real row of buildings in the town, having having it available as a blocker that I can reuse like that is going to be good for doing level design stuff later on. So that's pretty good. I wish I could. Well, I probably can, but I need to turn off this sort of plasticky level of reflectiveness on some of these objects, because it's just crud. I want these things to look like they're made out of cardboard rather than plastic. Whee! It's kind of cool though. It makes me think that when I do other buildings, I should use those colors. Because that's just one particular row of shops, right? But maybe the whole place should have those colours so that it looks like some zany Nickelodeon cartoon type thing. It kind of makes me think that maybe the concrete on the tower block should be purple. Let's have a look for the roughness variable. Let's thanks, Ed. I know nothing about Unreal. I know a little bit from doing some UEFM projects, but that's about it. So, houses, roof tiles, that's the roof tile. That's the texture, though, not the material. So, did I already move the materials in here? Yeah, I want to do a video series of trying out different over here, thank you. Trying out different weird game engines. Like there's one called RPG in a Box that's like a little no code voxel game engine that looks really fun. Okay, it's one of these. It's like, why has it renamed them to these code names that's just completely unhelpful and I can't read it? Like, I knew what they were called. Is there a way that I can select the texture on the object so that I know that I'm getting the right one? If I just change it to something else, okay, I can see that that's probably the quickest way to work out which one it's supposed to be. So it's that one. Browse to it. Here we go. Edit. do I save that? Apply. Okay. That's much better for what we want, though. It looks more like papercraft and less like shiny plastic. Maybe I can. Is there a way to do that on mass? Can I just go? If I press edit on all of them, am I gonna just destroy my computer? I think I am. I think it's trying to open them all in separate windows. Let's find some other shinies that shouldn't be shiny. Maybe this. Thank you for that tip. That is a very helpful starter for, at least for the type of game we're making. Knowing how to do that is going to go a long way, actually. Because I think, you know, if you think about the kind of art, the visual style of this band, I've got my little mood board here. So I'm making an interactive music video for this band. So they have this very like, this is what punk flyers used to look like in the 70s, where people would make a collage and then they'd take it to like a commercial photocopier and print out like 300 Xeroxes as cheaply as they could. And so we don't want things to look plasticky. We want things to look rough and like they're made out of paper or junk and things like that. Probably avoiding sort of shiny lighting and surfaces as much as possible, really. So like even that one, tutorial material, I'm going to find you. I'm going to replace you with something else. Is there like a tarmac type, kind of asphalt type material that we could just use out of the box? Whoa. I love just loading random materials in. I used to do this on Fortnite maps as well. Just load random materials in and see what happens. It's fun times. Oh yeah, skin ball. Because I don't know anything about how materials work generally in this. Floor. Okay. Oh, that's doing interesting stuff when you give it a bit of color above it to reflect. Right, we're gonna browse to that. Can we edit that? Will it let us edit that even though it's a baked in one? Change it for future projects. I wanted. That's amazing. Why does it let you do that? Like, if you have template stuff, don't let people do that. That's very funny. Oh dear. Why does it let you do that? My goodness. Okay, can I just grab a random texture from one of the objects we've already made and slap it down for now? The least bad option out of what we've got. I mean, maybe I should make like a tile of the band logo or something, but I don't know. It does look like Margate now. It's actually Margate. I think if I want it to look like really Nickelodeon 90s TV, I might come back to some of these objects later on and do a pass where I just make them all a bit more wonky. Because at the moment, the houses are very, like, realistic is not the word, but they are very geometrically shaped. And it would be nice to make them a bit slanted and stuff. But I don't want to start doing that in my first pass when we've got loads of stuff to make, because it's just going to increase the time to make each individual asset. So it's probably better to come back and do that as a second pass later on. So, okay, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the fact that this block of buildings, if we use it as a generic, we can reprint it, and we can actually start doing some blocking with it now as well, and we can create no-go areas and stuff like that. So that's good. And then I think what I'm gonna try to do now is make. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna take a break and do something else, but make a few more things at this kind of scale, because they help to define the larger layout of the level, and then start to think about verticality. Because having this kind of little individual trick that you can jump over something is fun, but if you think of what makes a good kind of area for skateboarding, you need like tiered verticality. Like, oh, I'm up here and then I can jump down the stairs and then I'm in that other section. And then to go back up there, I need to go around there and go up that slope. And I think that's some of the stuff we'll need in terms of level design components to be able to make something fun with this. And then it will just become a matter of, pick the thing up in one place and take it somewhere else, and then we'll introduce more obstacles along the way. But I think for the driving to be generally fun, there's going to need to be some sort of layers of verticality where, if you fall off a thing, you're down there now, and in order to get back up, you're going to have to drive around some other way. Otherwise, it's just a big flat empty space with some obstacles and some jumps randomly in the middle of it. So I think that's the sort of rationale I'll be using for picking the next few things to build when I come back to this over the next couple of days. We can't quite land in the skip, which is a shame. If I try and jump into the skip. Free concept art shader pack on Fab that includes a paper shader. Lucas Schmidt. I'm just gonna screen grab what you said and put it in our I've got a Discord channel for this project. Thank you very much for that. Because Aiden's going to be handling all that. So I'm working with a programmer called Aiden who has worked on some, I don't know what you would call them, like AA games. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about that, but we have a project coming up that we might be working together on in future. So I contacted him about this jam and said, hey, is there a way we can use this jam to sort of try and do something together, just as a bit of practice, really. So we're working together on this, and he's set up the kart controller, which is going to be our mobility scooter, and has put in the smashability for this object. Oh, I wasn't going fast enough that time, but that can smash when you drive into it usually. Parasols is a fun idea, yeah. There we go, smashed it. If I go in here, this one really looks like cardboard. That was like my second attempt at a building. It's kind of cute. But yeah, I think generally if I try and follow the idea that everything is meant to be made of cardboard, then that might narrow down some of the creative decisions and make it faster to iterate as well. because it kind of already looks a bit like that anyway. Right, I'm going to save that. I'm going to push my changes because we've got a Git set up for this. I don't know what that complaint is, but it seems to not be actually causing any problems, so I'll leave it for now. Just pushing that to the GitHub. I've written Arlington House so many times today and I still can't spell it. Push that to GitHub, and then I'm going to get GameMaker open and show you where I'm at with that, and maybe make a couple of tweaks towards that kind of more long-term project I'm working on. Sorry for the big yawn. I'm quite tired. I haven't had my workout yet today, which I will go and do after this stream, because if I do not do some cardio every day, my brain stops working properly. Not that it works particularly well at the best of times. Yeah, like a child made a model of their town. I think that's a good vibe to go for, because it takes that kind of punky style I showed you in the gig posters and flyers and applies it to what that would look like in 3D, which is like, you know, don't really give a crap, kind of slightly throwaway looking stuff. But if we do that and it looks like low poly plastic, then it just looks like a quickly made video game. But if we do that, turn the roughness up, put a paper shader on it, all of that, then it looks deliberate, right? It's that thing about taking your constraints of what you can do in the time and then just making everything seem more deliberate and less like you just did it because it was easy. Yeah, it's time for Lem. So I don't know who's seen this before. I did a devlog on this game. I need to do another one in the next couple of weeks, really. I haven't done one for a while because I've done a lot of refactoring on this project. And now I'm really just at the stage where I'm trying to add more gameplay interactions, so it's actually a game and not just a platformer engine. And let me just find I need to take that room out of there. I keep losing certain things because of where I've put them in this hierarchy. There we go, that's better. So I am making a platformer which is a sort of roguelike platformer, but it's not a roguelike in the way that you would normally understand it, because it is done with drafting like in the blueprint. So you start off in this room, and then each of these doors allows you to draft rooms out of that. And yeah, it's got I sort of started with a set of rules of like everything can only be one color. I've gradually started iterating on the art style of it a little bit more and like adding more shading and stuff like that, but I try not to get too bogged down in that because it slows you down. But I'm at the stage now where I don't mind doing a bit of beautification because I think the idea does actually have legs. So, you know, each room spawns some treasure pots. The general basic controls are very, very similar to Spelunky. You have a sprint button, you have a jump, and then you have an interact button, and it's like down and interact to pick something up. You can set it down. You can throw things in a high arc, and you can throw things just generally forward. And then you draft different rooms, and you kind of learn what to expect from the different types of rooms. So forests have trees in that have these platforms that allowed you to climb. And generally you're going to be trying to go around and pick up treasure and then get back to your kind of spawn point so you can spawn out of the level. And that means that you need to kind of control the verticality of what you build so that you don't get too stuck and can't get back up again. That's kind of the general feel of the thing. These golden gilded pots have keys in that you need to open doors, and sometimes they have little Slay the Spire type relics in, and then they give you abilities like that. So the China horns let me just kind of push jars just by sprinting into them, which is quite fun. There's another relic that gives you a coin magnet, and the relics have been really fun to implement because they're just a lot quicker than I thought they would be. Because those kind of upgrades tend to be just one little change to the rules in one line of code somewhere. So if you have that kind of Slay the Spire type relic system with all of these little power-ups, it's like you introduce a new game mechanic, you introduce a new annoyance for the player, and then it's relatively easy to just find one place that an upgrade could make a big difference. So for example, I implemented damage yesterday, so we can accidentally get set on fire if we stand next to this for too long. Don't know how loud that's coming out. And I can also go and pick up this torch and run into the fire and light the torch, but the torch will go out after a while, so it will have limited usefulness. But there is a relic you can pick up that makes your torches magical, and they just continue to burn for a while. So I'm making loads of little kind of rules exceptions like that in order to get all of these little relics that you can pick up during your run. So if I go through, we might find a use for so we can use the torch to if I can't make these jumps very well, so I might die here. Yeah, I'm not very good at that. Let me see if I can get that set up again. So I'll go down here. We want a camp because a camp has a campfire in it. Probably do need a compass, yeah. Although compass as an item would be better, like a compass as a collectible. I've got the bull horns. They don't really give you an animation or anything yet, but they should give you like a charging animation when you've got them. So if I open this door, I want to get a monster room. So the red rooms are going to have like horrible monstery stuff that spawns in them, but I'm getting very lucky at the moment and not getting one. So the last demo of this I showed as well didn't have the rooms working as a deck. So now they are actually a deck, which means that as you spawn a particular type of room, it gets less frequent and it can't appear. Okay, I'll put a nest there, and then we'll see. This is the coolest interaction I've put in, but it's very rare at the moment. So pick up a torch, light a torch, take it with you. You go to the room with you can see there's this thing up there and I can't get it, so I can burn away all of this evil fungus stuff with the torch, and then I can pick up the Pyromancer's Periapt. Torches stay lit, so now I've got the relic that gives you infinite torches, and now I've got a little magical pink torch and it doesn't go out, and I can just use it for as long as I want because that's what that relic does. The font is the Stardew Valley font. I need to change it actually. But I don't know. I think I had the Stardew Valley font installed from doing a video about it, and I couldn't find a better like wonky pixel art font, so I just left it in for now, but I probably will need to take it out at some point. Yeah, John, that's the whole point. The building the dungeon as you go is really the core mechanic. So I've taken the room drafting from the blueprints, but you need a key for every door in this. So every time you open a door, you consume a key. And when you run out of keys, that's like a soft block and you kind of need to quit. Or you might still have stuff to do in the levels, but generally your keys are your major resource for being able to finish a level. There's not a goal yet, but the loop of it is going to be after each run, you're in like a little castle and you invest your coins and you get like various like permanent things. You add different rooms to the rotation. You add different relics to the rotation. And then as you play through, your runs get more fun and more interesting because you get different rooms that have different interactions spawn in them. So did it pick that? No, the relic cycle is completely random at the moment, and actually the ones you can see, they're the only. You can't see them because I'm in the corner. If I move myself up there, so the relics I've got underneath my portrait now, they're the only ones I've implemented. So I've only we had a crash. That's as far as I've gotten with it. Really, is Just turn the game capture off. Those 5 relics are all I've got, because the way I'm working is I'll put a new environmental mechanic in, and then I'll immediately go across and make a relic that relates to it. So yesterday I implemented all of the fire stuff. Torches went in yesterday. Being able to light a torch from the campfire went in, and then the relic to affect the torch. And I'll generally work that way moving forward, so that everything has a few different things to interact with. It has a relic that interacts with it. There are a couple of different environmental things. And one of the features I put in yesterday that I'm probably going to spend maybe 30 minutes at the end of this stream working on is I started trying to make gas that spreads, because then I can have like monsters that spit out gas and have that as an area hazard. And I want to make it so you can like throw a lit torch into that gas and it will all explode and go away. So that's a thing I'd be looking at next, I think. The magnet does look like a gummy worm. Yeah, I need to redraw the relics. They're like the most programmer art thing in the game now. But yeah, there's no limit to how many you can carry. There might need to be, but that's the sort of thing the sort of thing where I'll kind of cross that bridge when I get to it. It would be a good thing to have as an upgradable. You know, you have 5 slots, and then you can invest and you can gradually get up to 10 slots or something. So it's like a, expandable inventory. But that's the sort of thing that really is a kind of a feature that I would think about later on once I've got those shop systems in place, because I don't have any. There's no way to spend the coins. There's no way to spend them during a run. There's no way to spend them after a run. There isn't really a run. It's just restarting the game engine at the moment. So, but yeah, I anything like that where you can kind of gradually upgrade the number of hearts, the number of inventory slots you have for a particular thing is going to be good for the kind of longevity of this game. But it's also the sort of stuff that I wouldn't necessarily implement too early, because I try to focus on implementing things that need testing, and there are certain things that you just know what the result would be of having a limited inventory, for example, or you can kind of intuit from other games what that will produce for the player experience. So I focus on prototyping things that I either need to learn some technical element of, or where I just don't know if it will be fun or not. Yeah, magical fire doesn't go out. I do prefer the animation style of this fire to the one on the torch, because this is just like a static, looks very kind of anime, that fire. This one is done with particles and it looks a bit more frantic. But those particles are important because they're also used to determine when the torch is hitting something. The other thing that exists here is basically the void outside the level is cold, and if you go in there, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like being out there. He gets frozen. Yeah, it's only the torch that's got a kind of magical thing. Because oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Why is that? I'm not sure. I know why that is. It's because I swapped the names round of the things, I think, but I'll fix that another time. That's a funny little bug. Poor Lem, I know. Yeah, I put this but he didn't have like separate sprites for carrying things before. So I put these in yesterday. So now he's got this. I like the way he kind of looks a bit like a butler when he's carrying something. Because I don't want him to be an action hero. I started off the project initially, I made it a knight. And then I thought, well, people are going to assume that a knight has a sword and stuff. And I want this to be a game about like environmental interactions and picking something up and taking it somewhere else and doing like puzzle platformer through procedurality and like lots of cool object interactions so you can have emergent gameplay type stuff. I am trying to put off putting in any combat or sword play type stuff for as long as possible. So I thought, let's base the character on something else that isn't necessarily something that people will assume is a fighting character. Yeah, he has like a sort of standing still holding something up sprite now that he didn't have before. The object just used to hover, and also he can kind of carry things along. He could always carry things along. I implemented that mechanic very early on, but he just didn't have special animations for it. He doesn't have a proper jumping animation for carrying something either, but I think that's the sort of thing that is very, very small polish that doesn't matter. The other thing you notice is I've put these room backgrounds in, and they get darker when you walk further away from them. And I think it gives a nice middle ground between the sort of, I guess, kind of ZX Spectrum or Amstrad looking 80s game that had a pure black background and something a bit more modern. It's just like very, very darkly shaded pixel art where you can't really see it unless you pay very close attention to it. I quite like that. It feels like it's sort of evoking how it felt to play those games, but doing it in a slightly more updated way that just looks a bit more modern, I guess. And yeah, I've got lots of ideas about what to add to these red rooms, how to make them feel more perilous. We've got this one that has eggs in, and they hatch into programmer art that doesn't do anything. These guys don't do anything. But the idea is you would open a hatchery, you go, oh crap, there's all these eggs, and then you would run around and like throw them down holes or throw them into fires and try and get rid of them before they hatch. So yeah, I'm gonna try and get that gas mechanic working now, because I started on that yesterday. I didn't finish it. I don't like leaving things in that state, so I'm gonna see how far I can get with that in about half an hour now. I know it means that what I'm doing doesn't match the stream title, but hey. It's time for chaos. So I've got these poison cloud objects that are basically a block, and I'm just going to quickly edit the sprite for that and give it a slightly wobblier edge, because one of the great things about the sprite editor in Game Maker is you can actually run the animation and then draw on it while it's running, and it's just one of my favorite features of it. So you can make like little wibbles around things by just drawing on it while it's running. And then my intention, because I want these to still read as like a faint block, I'm going to put a wiggly line around the outside, but very faint. So we're going to draw with the alpha down and just sort of do that. So it's sort of almost like a kind of jelly or something, rather than just a... There's Ibby and I, so Ibby is in the chat, I think, on our podcast account. We're talking about this yesterday, and I was initially going to have the clouds as just like pick like big particles that could appear anywhere. And then I thought, because we're using a kind of roguelike model, like a traditional roguelike model of everything being on a grid, it might be better if a block of gas takes up a grid square and then spreads and spreads and spreads. So I started writing the code for that yesterday, and I was really too tired. So what do we have is, it has a density a factor, it sets an alarm, it counts down to the alarm, and then it tries to spread. And I'll turn that off for the moment. The visibility of the sprite is based on that density. So basically, as the fog becomes less, as it spreads out, it becomes less dense. They kind of split, and they become more transparent as well. That's what I'm going for. I've already got the mechanic in where Lem gets hurt and starts coughing if he stays in them, so that's already in place. I just need to work on the spreading mechanic. And one of the problems I had with this as well is my the blocks I have that are like platforms, like drop-through platforms, are kind of avoided by this little kind of algorithm, and that's a problem because it looks really silly. So there is a gas spreading out and fading as it spreads. But in most cases, you would have something pumping it out, so there would be more blocks than that to start with. So let's start that with... I will fill the whole side of the room up with it and see what happens. Move Lem over there for now. And it's very fast at the moment, but you know, that's the sort of thing where I will slow it down later. Yes, Boulder Dash is a very good example of the sort of thing I'm trying to do. But it's something you can walk through it. It's supposed to be a gas, so you can walk through it. I get stuck in those. These platforms still have some collision bugs that I haven't quite triumphed over yet. It does behave a lot more. It looks a lot more like slime than gas at the moment, to be honest. So I don't know why it does that. So I've got some behaviors I'm not expecting out of that. And what would be good is the fire extinguishes it. And then you can use a torch to get rid of this poison gas. At the moment, it's just happy to keep spreading forever. And the other thing that should happen is when you breathe it in, it gets reduced, right? That's a bit like, it's kind of cartoon logic that an entire meter cubed of gas would go down considerably from you breathing it in. But that's the kind of logic that roguelikes follow, and it makes it easy to understand what's going on as well if you do that kind of stuff. So I've got... Where's the code that checks if he's... Okay, my player object has a alarm here that checks if he's choking. How does it make him choke? That's what I'm looking for. Okay. And then we do what's it called? Instance place. Okay. So it should sort of slowly go away when you're breathing it in, and then I just need to look at my kind of spreading algorithm and see what's going on. So it sets some coordinates. So we've got a cube of poison. It sets some coordinates. It checks if those coordinates are empty. And then it basically uses that. I think I've overcomplicated this, basically. I think I've overcomplicated this way more than I need to. And I think I can get rid of a lot of this and simplify it, because instead of running the clock and then each time trying to spread it in every direction, I might as well just spread it in one direction and run the clock more frequently. So that's kind of what happens with my fungus stuff when it grows. It just picks one direction to grow in. So I'll do that and just simplify this down, because we don't need all of this. I think I'm going to actually rewrite this because yeah, we just don't need that. What I do need is for it to spread over the drop through platform, so it can basically go everywhere that players go. It should follow the same movement rules as the player and not just arbitrarily not be able to go through the drop through platforms. So I'm going to rewrite all of this. Randall, you should check out a game it's been on my channel a couple of times, but it's called Night of the Abattoir Man, and it is a RPG Maker game, but the developer is really stuck to the Spectrum color palette and stuff. And yeah, it's just really good. They've done very smart stuff with the color limitations and tying them into the gameplay and stuff like that as well. So okay, what I'm gonna do is check all of the directions. This is not going to be the best way to do this sort of thing, but when you're doing things, I mean, it's not going to be inefficient or like break the game, but it's going to be not as well thought out as it could be, because I'm doing it on a stream, and that's just the nature of stream programming when you're already not the best programmer in the world. Okay, so I'm going to check. No, I'm just going to pick a random direction. Var spread X. And then I'm going to just check that direction, and if it's empty of the things that would block it, then the thing spreads, and that's all I'm going to do, rather than checking all the different directions and stuff like that. I will just run the clock more frequently and just have it check a random direction, and if it can't spread, it won't spread, and if it can, it will, and that will be it, I think. Spread Y. And what does gas do? It right. This is where we can think about the weighting in terms of how we want the thing to physically act. So gas is heavier than air. generally. So we want it to have more of a chance to go down than to go up, right? So we're going to, when we set the spread Y, we're going to choose, and we have 24. So adding 24 onto the Y location of the current object is going to go down. So we're going to make that twice as likely as staying where it is. And we'll make going up really unlikely. So this will create a behavior where the gas tends to sink, and it can occasionally rise up, but it's very unlikely. So we have a 1, 2, 3, a 50% chance that the gas will stay on its own level and try and spread out. A 2 in 6 chance that it will fall. Maybe we need to make that higher. And a 1 in 6 chance that it will rise, and that will give us some of the behavior that we would expect gas to have. And then if spread Y equals 0, then we choose spread X should be 0 there, but if spread Y equals 0, then we set spread X to something else. So how to explain this? What is happening is we check whether we want to go up or down first, and if we're going down, we just go down, and if we're staying at the same Y position and we're not moving vertically, then we decide to move left or right horizontally instead. So from that point, we're now going to check what's in the neighboring block. And yeah, and then we'll just check if there's anything there, and then spread it. So we do X location, and we're going to check for object solid, because all of my solid blocks are children of this. So this is what I check for to see if things can collide or not. But the problem then is that my this one, solid jump through, is also a child of object solid, and we want the gas to be able to go through that. So I need to create an exception here. So we're checking if we want to say if there's not a solid there, or if there is a jump through, which is what I call the other one. So and if there's not another gas cloud there, maybe. I mean, talking about LLMs in the chat, I am very, very not pro LLM use generally. If I want there are bits of this game that don't work very well right now, and they need fixing, like some of the collisions and the drop throughs and stuff. I have already got in contact with someone who's a lot more experienced with this engine than me to kind of do some freelance work fixing those mechanics for me. And I would much rather do that and have someone else, paid a day's wages or whatever to fix parts of the code in a way that is legible to me and stuff, than spend all day iterating through trying to fix an LLM's output. Yeah, how did someone put it recently? Like an A4 pages worth of writing from an LLM is like equivalent of throwing a bottle of water down the sink. And I don't get any enjoyment out of interacting with them. I find it very, very frustrating. So if you need to use them and you find it improves your workflow, that's fine. But the kind of going everywhere and sort of evangelizing about it part is kind of lame. And you don't need to do it. Like, exactly. Coding is the fun part of making games. Yeah, I mean, I've known people who are very senior programmers doing very unfun coding at games companies who swear by using it as like a cardboard coder or using it to do junior tasks and stuff, and that's something I totally understand. But I mean, this channel is very much aimed at hobby devs. If you are, if you don't enjoy the basic act of putting the game together, you probably just shouldn't be making games, I think. If you're very, very advanced and you're just using it to speed you up on things you know how to do, then fine. But most of the stuff here I don't know how to do, and I'm sharpening my wits by doing it, and I don't want to have that practice taken away from me by having something else do it, Then we put that in there. So we create an instance of the cloud, which is going to happen there. It creates a copy of this object because I might want to create other types of gas later on. So I'm not referencing the actual object index. I'm referencing the object index of the object running this code. I've had too many experiences of like LLMs just straight up lying to me about stuff as well. That just makes me very, very wary of using them for anything I care about. If you've had different results, that's fine, but you also don't need to like spread the gospel. It's not necessary. Okay, let's see if that works better. What I'm trying to do is have a density factor or whatever you want to call it for each cloud, and when a cloud splits, it splits into two, and it sort of shares its density with the other cloud that it's split into. Let's see if that works. They just faded away. What happened there then? Because it didn't look like they actually spread anywhere. So nothing is happening. The only thing that's happening to reduce the cloud density is here. Ah, okay, I messed up here. Love it when you put... The worst kind of typo is one that doesn't throw an error. There we go, it's spreading now. Dissipates very quickly, but that's just a matter of like the speed variables that we used. And if there's something in the environment that's constantly creating a new one, which I might maybe I add that before the end of this session. So we have like some kind of horrible fungal growth that can continuously spew out that stuff. And then maybe maybe when a fire or a torch touches a gas thing, it would create a little fireball, and that would destroy the gas and then take out other gas around it or something like that, so you can kind of have a chain reaction. The more kind of chain reactions we can put in, the more potential for emergent gameplay that we get out of this. I think Lem breathing the gas in also gets rid of it too quickly. So if I add a 0 to all of these, we should extend the lifespan of the gas by 10. Yeah, the moment when he breathes it in, it fades really, really quickly. So I need to edit that code in the player object again. Seems to take a lot of exposure to make him take any damage from it. So I need to tweak that. There's like a limit to how much damage you can take every... Such a pitiful sound. But I fixed the main thing that was bothering me, which was the spread feels a bit more natural now, and also it can spread onto and across those those smaller platforms, because before it would stop with those and it felt very weird because it was like obeying different rules. But yeah, we could have a room that was just spawns full of that gas. But it would be good to have some sort of creature that creates it, I guess. So let me have a look. Let me see what we've got. I did start making I made a horrible looking sprite for this, which I think looks a bit too suggestive at the moment. What's it called? What about something that like falls from the ceiling, and when it smashes it makes gas or spores or whatever they are? So yeah, this is my slightly too suggestive fungal thing. Maybe if I put a bit more, put a bit of the green color on there to sort of suggest what it does. Bum fungus. I do like the idea of the bum fungus, but I'm going to use this for now because I've already got it. What's the closest object? This can be its own thing. It doesn't need to be a child of anything else. Poison, cloud, spawner. I try and name things to not have like, what's the word? I try and give things names that just describe what they do in a not thematic way, because otherwise I know I'm going to change them like quite soon, and then all of my code is going to need rewriting because I've called something the Ujima flip or whatever. Yeah, so apologies for this horrible, slightly phallic looking fungus coral thing, but I'm going to use that for now. The bumgus is good, yeah. But I'm going to use that, and then I'll iterate on it later and make it better. So we've got a cloud spawner. And what does that do? All it does, it's not got a parent object, that's fine. It doesn't have a collision with the player. And when it starts, it sets an alarm, and after the alarm, it makes a poison block thing. Okay. Puff frequency equals and the alarm, the puff frequency is gonna just that is gonna have a looping alarm basically. Alarms in Game Maker are just like variables that are running on every object that just count down automatically, so you don't need to have a bunch of manual countdowns. So that event just is going to run every 500 frames, which is, I don't know, like 600 frames is 10 seconds, so it's like 8 seconds, something like that. And every time that goes off, we're going to we'll check we need to check if this position has a gas cloud in, and then make a gas cloud there if there isn't one there already, I guess. Poison cloud. Hey, baby Zulu. Okay, so that is going to create a poison cloud exactly on itself if there is no, if there's not a poison cloud there already. And then I'm going to try and do it in the square above. We'll need to check if there is a solid object above there. We'll do the same thing. So we'll create 2 at a time, and then I'll see how that feels. It doesn't have an animation or anything like that. We're just checking the basic functionality. So at the moment we've got the room set up so that the gas is already in it. I'll take that out, and then we'll add some of these spawners, and then if that works, okay, they'll need some animations and stuff later on, but we have, or a new sprite if we want them to look more like a butt. And then I can later on, I can go into those red rooms and I can give them conditions whereby some rooms will have one of these in. I'll try them in a few places like that and see what happens. I made if statements without if in. Classic. And I put that in the wrong place as well. And I'm also gonna, I don't want them all going off at exactly the same time. So I will make the puff frequency change. Random range between 450 and 550. So they'll all go off roughly in time to start off with, but it will change over time. Are they gonna do it? There we go. So the creator path, if I go in there, I start dying. But I've got loads and loads of hearts on as my sort of debug default, so it's not really noticeable, but if you're starting the game with 3 hearts, then running through that is going to take a third of your health away. Hi Zulu. Yeah, sorry, what I'm doing doesn't match up with the stream title. I got tired of Blockbench and Unreal. I'll do some more of that tomorrow. This fire needs to go away if there's not a floor under it anymore. Those are the types of bugs that I just wouldn't care about at this stage. I'll make a big list of them later on. When the game needs to prove itself to be worth investing that level of specific bug hunting in. Well, you know my approach to the Twitch TOS. My approach to the Twitch TOS is I'm never going to read it. This is a secondary platform, and I'm just never going to read it. Ugh. The jumping through platform stuff still doesn't work very well. I coded it once, then deleted it all, completely rewrote it. It's slightly better than it used to be, but it's still not very good. So that's the sort of thing where I might just try and get someone else involved who can help with that. I don't know if you can see some of these. I'm very proud of how some of these room backgrounds turned out. It's very, very dark. It's quite hard to see, but I don't really want to make it much brighter. But this is kind of like an alien H.R. Geiger looking kind of thing. All kind of green, mossy, weird alien stuff. I want to keep those things quite dark so you can barely make them out. Visual Easter egg. So interaction where torch gets rid of gas would be good, because then you can throw a torch through the gas. Seem to be able to. I think I could probably do some like wobbly stuff with the draw code on those clouds to make them look a little bit less solid as well. So if I do a draw event, so when you make a draw event in Game Maker, it just sort of takes over the sprite rendering for that object. So if you have an empty draw event, it just even doesn't draw the object itself. Yeah, we don't have a practical reason to want to get rid of fire, though. I guess if something's flammable and you throw a thing into it, it explodes, which is an expected interaction. But I guess it's not obvious that this would be a flammable gas either. I just can't... unless we have a situation where the fire can set loads of stuff on fire and that can be a hazard, then having the gas smother the fire isn't going to be a helpful thing for... You know... But maybe that's a good reason. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's just like an extra challenge of like, oh, that area is full of gas that will smother my torch, so I can't run through that area with a torch. But it's already quite hard to keep the torches alight. So let's see if we can do some very, very quick VFX stuff with these clouds to make them a bit more wobbly. I'll make those things spawn more often because it's too too slow for a debug feature. That makes them look a bit more blurry. I'll try this. This is not good code, because this is like too much randomness happening every frame for every block of gas, and I know that, but I'm just experimenting to see what happens like cosmetically when I do different things with the draw code for that gas, because you can get like very cool visual effects very quickly by doing this kind of stuff. Look, they look like much spongier and gassier there. That's got much more gassy vibes straight away. I think those particles I drew around the edge of the sprite have made the effect not as good, so I'm going to take those back out now. Very low alpha drawing around here just to get that cloud back. Doobie doobie doobie, doobie doobie doo, doobie 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 doo doo doo. Let's see how that looks. And what we could do is we could really dramatically change the rate of spread as well. I don't know. That's this is the random range that changes how often it checks if the thing is going to spread. Some of this stuff is like down to how predictable do you want it to be? How much do you want the thing to be something the player can learn and respond to? Trying to make it so that they start off animating fast and then the animation slows down as the thing becomes more translucent. So it's like a fast animation, and then as it becomes more translucent it gets slower, but that doesn't seem to work. Percentage math. Hurting my brain. You can sort of wait for it to pass and then run through, and then it doesn't get you if you run through when it's clear. If I run through when it's like that, it's the sort of thing you could just tweak forever. Maybe I think maybe it should spread faster and fade quicker. That's kind of the impression I'm getting from that at the moment. So let's try that. It fades by splitting. So maybe if I make it so that it retains more of the density than it leaves, then something will get a slightly different. That was kind of cool. That's sort of a bit more like what you would expect, I think. I think I could spread even faster. I know what's happening is the initial puff of the poison cloud. Yeah, that's why. There's like a delay after the first. That's why it's not getting like that satisfying like poof feeling. Is because the first time it spawns before it spreads it waits for like 3/4 of a second. That's better. That's closer to what we want. But then if I make the fading of the cloud be more on a curve, then it will have a bit of a longer tail to it. Because at the moment that's not really hanging around in the air, but it's as a visual effect, it's much better in terms of what it's trying to communicate, of like a puff of gross stuff coming out and spreading. But it just fades away way too quickly now. So when we spread one of these, we're going to keep the density of the original cloud quite high, which doesn't make sense physically, but we don't care about that. We care about like cartoon logic and the game having a learnable system. Those are the things that matter. Look at that. That was cool. But I think what was happening that time is they were spawning over each other. Okay, so check this logic. When we try to spread, we check if the spread location does not have a solid object. Okay. I just need to shuffle this logic around a bit. So we check if it... Let's check if there's a poison cloud there already, because that's going to be more likely with this. So if there's not a poison cloud, then we can go into the next if gate. And then if there's not a poison cloud there, then we check if there's a solid there. That should catch the situation we just saw where they were spawning over each other. The fungus blessed me that time. It decided to get out of the way and drop treasure on my head. See, now we've got an endless thing of them because it's not fading away, I think. So to fix that, I just go back to this and make sure the density reduces quicker. This is way too much tuning for this feature, but I like, with this game, I like working in such a way that I'm getting everything I put into a stage where I'd be happy for someone to play it, you know, rather than doing lots of little sketchy things. That seems pretty decent. It hangs about for a little while. It feels like a gas. You can kind of just wait and go through it when you've let it clear. If we put that to, I don't know, 0.9 instead of 0.99. The difference between 1% and 10% always astounds me in terms of the kind of behaviors it produces differently when you're talking about like scripts that are running every second in a game or something like that. It really does make quite a lot of difference. So actually, if we do do it with the lerp instead, it might be better than just subtracting. And I think, yeah, look at that. They're really gassing up the place. Just going to make that draw effect a bit more pronounced as well. What happens if I make it twice the size of a brick? Definitely not obeying any pixel art purism rules anymore. I don't like the kind of the squash that's happening there. So if I make them equal to each other. Oh, look at all those branches spawned and then disappeared. I wonder what I did to cause that. Yeah, how is it doing that? It's spreading down onto a solid block. I think the spawner is doing that. Yeah, not sure. It's alright. I can tune this stuff later. They kind of do the thing they're supposed to do. I'll tune them and fix them a bit more later on, but I mean, it looks like a harmful thing that you don't want to go into, which is So much gas. Man, I've got so much gas. I mean, a situation like that where there's, this is the way to, you've got like how it feels, right? And it kind of feels good when it does the initial puff. It looks like what it's supposed to represent. And then there's the like player experience thing of, if we've got 3 of these things in a room now, I basically can never go through the room unless I have some other way of clearing them. So that's not quite what I want. So we're gonna try and double the rate at which it clears and see what happens there. I know they do look a little bit like a Beppis. But also, there's the variable of how often do the puffers puff as well, which is not something that I've factored in here. The little jump that he does when he's in pain made me kind of push through the platform and end up under the ground. I'm falling out of the ground. So then I run through. I still can't get through that without getting hurt. The moment they spawn, how often do they spawn? How often do they trigger even? Okay. So if I take the bottom end of that range up, they'll probably be a little bit more forgiving. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to... Ah, yeah, you're right, because they basically, if they can't spread, then they stay at the density they're currently at, which is, yeah, you're totally right there. So I think the way I would resolve that is, if these things aren't true, then we can't spawn another gas cloud and we can't lower the density. So I would do an else here and lower the density, but not as fast. So if you've got a very dense cloud that gets stuck on its own, it will reduce in density even if it can't spread, but it won't reduce as fast. Ooh, that was very puffy. It's too slow. It's too slow now, too fast now. But that was visually cool. So if I stand here and wait for 10 whole seconds because I foolishly changed that number. That's cool, but it's not what we want right now. So I'll put this up to 99. See what happens. Big number changes first. The tuning the guitar example, it applies to whole game systems, and it also applies to smaller stuff like this. You know, double or halve it to start off with. Yeah. So, put another 9 on there. And then I'll make these more frequent just so that we've got a better chance of seeing it more quickly. I do want it to hang around in the room a little bit, so that if you're in this situation, you either need a tool to clear the gas with, or you have to have really good timing. I mean, another way to make it feel like these are being pushed upwards would be to check if there's a cloud below it, and if there's not, then it depletes quicker, and then that would, but maybe that's just some of the other logic needs tweaking. I don't need to add extra exceptions, I just need to tweak the ones that we have, tweak the rules that we have. That's funny. They're just going to stay there forever now, they've decided. It is really challenging to balance the desired effect of the like visual thing and the gameplay thing. I quite like the kind of the way that they're all sort of a bit. It's a little bit ambiguous about whether it's clear. Yeah, it did divide an average between before. That's what I had the first time. So I had the new cloud gets made. Its density is half the density of the cloud that spawned it, and then the density of the cloud that spawned it gets halved as well. That's what I had before. I changed it to a lerp to try and kind of retain more of the initial cloud so that it felt more like a stream of stuff coming out. I don't know, that feels like it's working pretty well. Now, I think one of the things that's not working is the directional bias thing. This or should be an and. That's causing us problems. And bias it slightly more to going sideways than going up and down, and see what happens then. It's amazing how like just two little tweaks can really change the thing. And I think the other thing I need to do is cull these quicker if they're when their density gets lower. So I'm going to put it down. It was at 5%, but I'm going to put it down to 20%, and that means the cloud will clear out and make room for new clouds earlier, and that might lead to them getting less stuck. Because we basically just don't want them to exist on top of each other. Although it seems to be happening there. Not spreading sideways at all now. I thought I made it more likely to spread sideways that time. So if we choose the spread x, if the spread x is 0, then we choose the spread. If the spread y is 0, then we choose the spread x to be going left or right. Then we use those to check if there's a thing in a direction. If there's not a poison cloud in a direction, then we check if there is a solid. Yeah, that was right. That was the change that broke it. If there's not a solid there, or if there's a jump through platform there, then make a new cloud. And I'll put another one of these else gates here. Yeah, It's what happens when you just make a rush to change loads of things too quickly. And then you're like, well, I know exactly what that change did, and then you don't look back at it. Still not sure why they're spreading out onto the block underneath. They shouldn't be able to do that. Or maybe it's just what it looks like because of the draw code I put in. Yeah, it's definitely able to spread sideways. Yeah. I think you're right. It's weird though because it is triggering sometimes. Ah, right, gotcha. No, they both work. That's the. I mean, GML is very strange because there's like a bunch of things where it's like, oh, it's best practice to do this, but then you do it a different way and it just works. Right, I'm gonna do a little bit more tuning with these numbers. So these 3 lines are like the main tuning thing apart from like how often it puffs. I mean, the other thing I can do with the creature is just have it do more tiles initially, because it only creates 2 tiles, and it could create a fan, or like just more going out in more directions. GameMaker uses its own language called GML. I love it. It's incredibly quick and messy. And it has like weak typed variables where you can just change the usage for any variable at any point. Not that you'd want to, but you can, and it tolerates it. It's just very much a language that is solely used for making, set up to make games, and not C# or C++ being used to make games when it was a broader programming language, if that makes sense. So I always bounce off the syntax in those languages because of, it's like, why do I need to declare this thing a void at the start? And it's just like, well, that's just a convention. I don't know. The less conventions that are actually to do have nothing to do with video games, the better for me, really. Right, that's fading very, very quickly now. Let me turn these off for a second. See what happens without those on. Comment them out, rather. Thank you for the sub, Dark Crow. Yeah, it's just very fast at the moment. You know when you're messing around with 3 numbers for ages and you forget that other numbers exist? That's the thing that happens as well, isn't it? So I can just change the density of the new cloud that spawns. Ah! Ah! Oh no! Oh no! I've got an idea. A terrible idea. That was great. That was a good bug. So instead of having this will make them spread out more, right? Instead of having the cloud split perfectly into 50-50, it will split into a random range between 20 and 80. And then, so you could have a cloud transfer more of itself to the next cloud and leave the cloud behind smaller. That could work. I don't know. Let's see if it works. That was fun. That should be a feature, yeah. Having it with like creeping darkness would be good. Like maybe that's what happens when you touch the edge of the level, is like this kind of like black ooze goes all the way through the level like that. I do love a janky, strange a janky and strange sort of flood fill algorithm used in a weird way. It's fun. That should do it, I think. But I need to stop in a minute because I need to exercise and cook food and do human being stuff. So I might have to come back to this. I know it's one of those things I'll just look at it tomorrow and go, oh yeah, and I just immediately get it. I wonder if changing the X scale is changing the collision box, because that might be a thing that's happening. Let me see. Because that could be messing with the collision detection for the... I wouldn't be surprised if that is a thing that has been happening and it's affected everything I've done for the last 30 minutes. Egg. Yeah, the meat walls are kind of gross, but you gotta have a meat wall sometimes. I'm gonna let's simplify this a bit and see what happens if I simplify this, because it still, it might go diagonally, but maybe that's not a problem. It really doesn't want to behave itself, does it? Part of that is because I've put full opacity here instead of reading from the object. Because I did iRandom and then I put floats in it. Idiot. They were rounding up to 1 regardless of what I did, because I'd set it. I'd used the iRandom function instead of the float random function. Right, it's back to actually looking like puffs of chemical smoke now. So that's not a bad thing. And that means that when I come back to this next time, it's not going to be totally all over the place. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. And I will come and slow down this this gas stuff next time I have a session on it. Or after I've worked out what the other interactions are with it, because working out how you're supposed to interact with this thing would be helpful. Because it could be that if you throw a torch, or if you carry a torch into the mist, it has a chance to kind of kill the flame. But if you throw a torch when there's no mist there and you throw it at one of these things, it kills it, right? That would create a nice little mini game of how you use fire to deal with these things. Like now it's not there. I throw my torch, it kills them both. But if I throw my torch and it just hits a dense cloud of gas, then the torch goes out. It goes out before it hits them, and it doesn't kill them. Right? That could be really neat. That would be a really neat little combination of things to put together. So I'm gonna do it now before I log off, because that should actually only take a second. So if and that's because I've already got these objects set up and they have all the variables they need. So if a torch collides with a poison cloud, then lit becomes false on the torch, and that's all we need to do. But also we need to check if global relic endless torch is false, right? So if we've got the endless torch relic, then our torches stay lit even if they should go out. And then if a fire particle from the torch collides with the poison cloud spawner, and I'm not going to do anything fancy, I'm just going to destroy it immediately. That's not really how we would want to handle damaging an NPC in this game, but it at least allows us to test the gameplay concept. So I pick up this torch from here. I can't go through this room very safely because these guys are making poison. So I make a camp. I take my torch to the camp. I light my torch. I go, haha, I'm going to go and get rid of these guys. But they put my torch out. And then I go back and I wait. And then this time I try and wait and make sure it's clear. And this time, oh, my torch went out naturally over time anyway. and that time I just get rid of them, which is also an interaction that interaction kind of makes sense because the red room, like horrible meat fungus stuff on the walls, also is fire reactive. So if we treat that that poison spewing thing as if it's part of these red rooms, that you can burn these walls with the torch as well, and that means that when I eventually put some particle effect in to destroy red blocks, that the poison spewing one can just have the same particle effect, which will help teach the player it's kind of one of the same class of things. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. We added a new problem for the player to solve to the game. I'd started that poison gas cloud yesterday, but didn't get very far with it. We kind of fixed that and tuned it today. We added an interaction the player can do to get rid of it, and that's cool. Yeah, they shouldn't get destroyed straight away. They should have some sort of invisible health ticker, but I'm not going to add that in now. Because it's collision based, you can also just cheese it a bit by having like every frame that they're touching the thing that should kill them, it does a random roll. So it's like in the space of 60 frames, which is a 60 seconds, you could just like roll a dice every single frame to see if it will die. And that will kind of give the effect. Sometimes it will happen immediately. Sometimes it will take half a second for you to burn the thing. But that may be easier than me adding a health system for enemies that you can't even see. So I may do it that way, but we'll see. But yeah, that was cool. That was good. And yeah, the torch needs, like, when the torch goes out, it should have like a little hiss when it goes from lit to unlit. And then that can be a way of teaching the player that, okay, sometimes the torch just goes out because you've been using it a long time. Sometimes it goes out because you walked into a low oxygen area. Cool. Well, I am going to log off and do some food and exercise now. Thank you for joining. And thank you for your help and questions, people who chipped in. That was great. And if you're new to the channel and you've come from Twitch, hi. I have no idea what I'm doing on Twitch. I'm mostly a YouTuber, but I thought it was worth giving it a shot. So thank you for joining if you're on that platform mainly.